All right, we're live. We are live. Time to put the announcement there, out there. Let's go. Let's go. Today is gonna be a simple stream. It's not gonna be too difficult or anything. We're just gonna chill here. Yes, remove all embeds. Let me just put the announcements out there. We'll be right there with you guys in a sec. Actually, we're there already. See, I already optimized our workflow a little better. Hey, beautiful people, how's it going today? Yeah, today we're just gonna keep on moving from where we left off, basically, from the Mad VFX project that we started. I'm gonna switch to Let's Learn here. I can see that my camera is not flipped, and it looks really weird when I'm just looking left right there. So let me flip my camera real quick here. Hello, Discord. Can we please flip my camera? Could we please flip my camera, transform, and flip it? Flippy, flippy, flip, flip, flip. Horizontal flip. Yay, we got it now. Perfect. All right, we're gonna go back to Let's Learn. And here we are. Perfection. Okay. So, we have Mad VFX. We're just gonna log in real quick here. And here we go. We're logging in. My course CS. Of course, I'm an affiliate. That's not a secret. And 39% already. That is pretty good. And yeah, let's keep going. I'm just gonna check on the Unreal project if it's actually on. I did some optimization in the sense of the stream optimization because I've noticed a lot of lag last time around. So yeah, I've been digging inside of the performance tabs here. Hey, everybody, just seeing some people joining, so I'm just saying hi. Yes, so we have everything set up here. Let's go to the level. And I have it now on like high settings, but I'll bring it down to medium because I think we're gonna struggle a lot with the lag. I hope that a lot of the commands I've established for Unreal in the startup, that they will just take over eventually, meaning I don't have to set them up all the time. So I've like disabled features where Unreal is just like doing automatic settings, like rendering on 4K. Like my display is on 4K, so I just don't want it to render on 4K. And here in the tab, right, I have my maximum FPX. I set it up already, but just to be sure, I'm just gonna go with even less and go with 50% of the rendering. And now we have like 50 frame per second, right? And stuff like that. I have those commands ready in usage. Damn, those leaves look really nice. And if you're curious about how we made those leaves, it's in part 4 on YouTube. Check that out, definitely. All right, listen, we're gonna start now. No joke, just starting. Okay, so what I will do is I'll immediately now go to the course itself and, give it a start. Let's go. What does it say? An encoder error occurred while streaming. Is that real? Do we have that error somewhere? People are watching the stream. Anybody? Let's see. I'm just gonna check on the stream real quick if it is the case. Only one way to do that is to actually go on the stream itself. I really hope that's not a big deal with the encoder error that we're getting. Oops, am I showing too much of the tutorial?
Import this mod because it is the second.
We're gonna just stop this and we're gonna go to the watching here. It would suck if we have stream issues. Like, although I went with way less, with way less settings this time. Hoping that I'm not gonna get too many errors. So let's see. Let's see if we're getting enough of that, enough of the stream. Let's go to the live element here and go on that one.
Hey, beautiful people.
Yeah. Oh no.
Hey, beautiful people.
That is weird. Alright, we're gonna end that stream. That is super weird that it didn't work. Well, no wonder, but I really would like it to work. So I'm gonna take the time now, since like there's not a lot of people around here. So we're just gonna take the time and edit in studio. No, we're gonna go to the studio, YouTube studio here, and yeah, delete this basically because yeah, no one will watch this. So we're just gonna delete it, delete forever, and I understand, and we'll delete it. But what the heck is happening with the settings here? Am I... Oh, wait. I think I changed a lot of the settings here, so I will start on fixing that real quick. Vertical. And we're just going to go with the vertical encoder. Nothing special. We're going to press OK. And we'll go live again. So just give me a second here. Yeah, that's just streaming, dude. Streaming is just like that. It's a lot of work. We're gonna go and add a redirect to the mainstream, and we will make sure it's public. It's public exactly 1035, 1036, just to be sure here. And that's the time, by the way. And we'll wait. I'll make it work. No worries. Perfect. Now we are about to go live there on YouTube with the vertical stream. I really wanted this to work because the last 2 days it just didn't work. And it kept, screwing around. So I just wanna make it work, and I wanna make sure that it's working actually. So we're waiting. We can go live finally. Let's hope this one does not break anymore. So I'm putting, crossing my fingers here, and let's hope it's not gonna break. All right, now back to the course, guys.
Biggest element.
Oh wait, you can't. Let me just fix one more thing, man. Streaming is so much fixing. It's most of it is just fixing. Let me choose the right Firefox here. Right, here we go, and let's go. We're gonna go all the way from the beginning. Let's put it to 1. And louder. Mm-hmm.
One by one, adding all of the different materials into my article. So
Let's see if we watched this already. I'm not sure. I think we quit in the middle, right? Yeah, we quit it in the middle. Okay, let's start with minute 3 or something.
So this way, you'll see that you have your system that nothing usually happens. So to get the animation of all the things in there, in the particle state, and to WV animation,
we did the sub UV stuff.
we'll get the small arrow, just go in the start window, start, and there we go. So, technically speaking, if you ask the WV, you should get the unit, but it can't happen until you go into the particle initialize, and the last time is the third loop duration. If you just check out the default, you'll see that animation is running. This is a bit too fast for me right now. I'm going to start down by just 2, and let's actually do this here, and add it to the 2. As you can see, particle is really small. So let's increase its size. Go into the default size, change this from uniform into non-uniform.
Oh, the size non-uniform? Interesting. Okay, let's play with this a little bit, try to guess what the next steps are. So let's dive deep into the Unreal part here, and let's go into our Niagara system for the fire. Just gonna put that there, and eventually we're playing with the size. I didn't know that, so I thought that you wouldn't touch that if it's a flipbook. But hey, the more you learn, right? Environment effects, VFX, fire, texture. Yeah, it isn't texture for now, but I'll organize this later. Like any good VFX artist that will say, I'll organize this later, and they just never do. I double clicked on it, right? Let's get to it. Come on, where is it? Unreal. Oh, it's on the whole different screen. Okay, that is not helpful. Perfect. Here we are. And here's our fire. Okay, so we are going to make this gray background. And we'll start playing a little bit with the scale. And now I'll start the recording. So I'll just say, all right, so this is part 2 of this, and we have we'll continue where we left off, and we have initialized particle, and yes, inside of here we'll start playing with the size, or at least that's what's shown in the course. So I wonder why I didn't watch like the whole thing. I just stopped exactly where they started playing with the size, and I want to kind of explore why myself. So where do we play with the size here? Is it particle spawn? Do we have a sprite size? This one, right? This one is the one that we want to play with. So one of the main things that they do is they go on, non-uniform random non-uniform. Oh, they just go non-uniform generally, I think. So here is where we're gonna control like the width, like 50 or 70 in the width and like 80 in the length. See, and now we are getting that better result almost. Why? Well, I'm trying to understand why. I'm not teaching right now or anything, but if I go into the texture, we see that these are literal, like, how to say, like literal 1 by 1 each picture here, right? I'm just gonna get a screenshot up in here. Come on, screenshot. Let's go. Let's go, screenshot. Let's go, snipping tool. Please. All right, we're gonna summon snipping tool differently because it's not spawning for some reason. It's not being summoned. So if I make a screenshot here, right? I look at the screenshot and have it in front of you all, and start looking into it. We will see that the fire texture is being packed in this fashion where it is the ratio itself. Oh, what's happening here? The ratio itself is basically a square. It's a 1 by 1, and again, a 1 by 1. And this could not simulate like a realistic fire, right? Because maybe a realistic fire is more like a horizontal one, or like more vertical, sorry. And this is what we're doing here, simulating it slowly, right? Like the more I put this up, the more it's gonna scale upwards. Like if I go crazy with 1,000, it's gonna look like this, which can be a whole different effect, right? But for now, we're just gonna leave it on 100 or something. Maybe 90. Oof, we're lagging again. Anyway, so it's gonna be in the length like this. Now I'm just gonna do a stupid test, right? We're gonna go with like random non-uniform. I'm just gonna see the result here. So if we say the width is the same, but the length is between 50 and then 80 or 100, what type of results are we getting here with a random non-uniform? Well, we see the repetitiveness, right, of these textures. Now, I wonder if I put a minus 70 here, it should randomize between those two numbers. And now we're getting this weird looking fire where it's actually flipping, right? It's like wait, I need to focus on the barrel here. Yes, so where it's actually doing this X form, like this, two planes like that. It's looking really weird. I guess if you have, this is very weird. So we're not gonna go that direction, but it's interesting to just keep the test and fail and, see what you're gonna do with it and just understand why are we learning a certain thing without just learning it because for the sake of learning it, right? But also like try to understand why we're learning it. Anyway, so we're gonna go back to the course now. And so back to the watching layout here. Okay. Let's go to Mad VFX. Let's learn some more.
Alright, after thinking. As you can see, particle is really small. So let's increase its size. Go into the unified particle. Change it from uniform into non-uniform. Name make the X 80. We make the Y after thinking. So what I will do will give you a little bit of a fire that you can control individually as far as you want. So left to right, up to down. So flappers, finger to foot. Finger to go, and three. And one thing, you can see that when I move the particle, the actual fire doesn't move with no particle space. That's because the particle is in what to change that into liquid space, or just follows the actual particle system, or into gravitate properties. Liquid space, space, and flappers, finger to foot. Finger to go, and three. And one thing, you can see that when I move the particle, the actual fire doesn't move with no particle space. That's because the particle is in what to change that into liquid space, or just follows the actual particle system, or into gravitate properties. Liquid space, space, and let's see, this with it with step. Now that I have it here, one of the issues that I see it now is the particle system is the physics of the system is in the actual thing. To fix that, we should under and go into physics, and just select code 8, and we get from here, add it into L. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so that's our first letter inside the on this meter. I want to bring in the second biggest thing of my effect, and it's the smoke. So,
Oh, we're gonna play with some smoke now. That's pretty cool.
So I don't know if this is the other emitter.
All right, let's do the smoke emitter actually on our own without looking to the tutorial, and then see how it's done. So I'll use that as a challenge. We will learn how to make the smoke on our own. So one thing first, I am not a huge fan of how our fire is just very solid here. And by the way, like, I'm not sure if I covered this before, but if we go, like, if we press G and we click on our Niagara system here, I am able to move this because I've changed it to local. Meaning in the properties here, you can switch the local off, and then what happens is it won't move with it, right? It will spawn within the range of its moving, like especially if it is like something that you parented to another thing where it has to emit while like it's moving. But if you switch this to local space like this, it will actually move with it, and you don't have to worry about that because it was in world before. Okay, cool. Let's see what we can do. I feel like we're having a rate here, but I still don't see a rate. So in probably here, right? So rate. Where is our rate, dude? Is it in the emitters? It's something here with the emission here. It should be, yeah, spawn rate. And we should have just one. And why are we getting so many all of a sudden? What is our time on this? Loop duration 1. Spawn count 1. Spawn burst. Oh, okay. So we were having a spawn thingy. It's called spawn burst. Okay. Emitter with the loop, it's on 1. Let's see if we put this on 10. I just want one particle per. Nothing else, right? Don't want to see anything else. Now the next thing I will do is I'll go to our material instance. So first click on the sprite, double click on this material, and let's play a little bit with the opacity control. So what happens if this was on 1? We start seeing through it, right? That is kind of what I want to do. So I will do something between a 1 and maybe a 1 and a 10, which might be a 5. I still would like to see through my fire, right? Is it lagging for you guys? No, it is not, right? That's good. Yeah, so we got it on 2 now. One thing I would like to polish here is the width of the particle. So, and also I would like this to hide because I just want to edit it in the editor here. Let me see. Why are we getting so much lag? That is really annoying. Let's try to render on way less resolution here. Let's try 75%. Do we have to actually put the percentage? Oh, it's better already. Perfect. I just still wanted to render on 4K, right? So let's see what we can do here. So we got a chatter. Chatter says, hey, thank you, Motion Matty. I appreciate your little thing here, a little comment. Thank you for commenting and for interacting. Appreciate everybody who interacts. Yes, so let's see what we can do with the yellow. The yellow I'm not a huge fan of. I set up the material very different from the way they set it up, right? But I could always go back and set it the way they want it to be set, but I just want to learn a new trick, right? I kind of like it to be darker. I like this color better now. I am being a fan more of what we're doing. Slowly, the more we modify. Hello, greeting from Poland, bro. Hey, greetings back from Austria. A lot of the people that watch the stream are actually from Poland. I wonder why. But yeah, greetings back, Motion Matty. Is it Matty or I can barely read because it's so small. Wait, let me make this thing bigger a little bit. Yeah, Matty. Nice to have you here. I hope you're gonna enjoy this. Okay, so yeah, now it is definitely yellow. Maybe, and just maybe I need this more orange looking. I like these colors better. I will admit. I'm not shy to admit that. Okay, I feel like more bloom, so more emission could help here. Not sure. Let's see. Fire emissive RGB. How about if this was on 1? Okay, now that's way too emissive. 0.2 and 0.1 would mean what? Actually, the less, the more I like it, honestly. I just don't like emissions. I hate emissions. And let's drop the opacity a little bit. Okay, and now we can go crazy with the colors again. Like go something like this, right? A bit more orange. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going with something more stylized that is not too realistic or anything. That it's up to you, right, to follow the course and like do anything you want to do. For me, I just want to do that right now. One thing is with the B channel, which one is the biggest? It's the red, right? The red is the biggest channel. So with the brightness here, if I go 10, we'll see less of it. And if we go 0, I think right now we're being... I'm not sure. Let's go. So this is brightness. Let's see the intensity. So if this was on 1, what would happen? I don't see a lot of difference. Okay, so we're basically getting rid of this slowly. Yeah, the red is being, it's going away slowly, and I am not a huge fan of that. Another question is, do we really want to go with this fire? It's really like it's getting now into the territory of being heavily stylized. Do we like that? Do we not like that? What am I thinking? I like that it's not super realistic, but I don't like how it's not part of this world anymore. Because this world is not showing you like one shade, right? It's showing you, or 2 shades, right? It's showing you a bit more. And that is the problem with stylizing this. However, just for the sake of knowledge, I'll keep it for now. And one of the main things, what is the main reason why I want to do this? That's artistic satisfaction, I guess. But, maybe less opacity on certain things. And also, speaking of less opacity, I also would like to work a little bit with the shader here to get more results that I would like. So it's probably, what was it? This one, which one was the main shader for this? Was it the materials. Smoke, where is it? I forgot which one was the actual material for the fire. This one. Okay, so now we're actually in the shader, and I just want to approve of the opacity here. What is going on? It's going into the depth fade, but it's not respecting any other rule in terms of the other colors, right? So it's taking the alpha, but it's not doing anything with the colors. And I kind of would like it to, so I'm going to do a little experiment. We're going to do a little multiplier maybe, or you know what? It's going to be... How's this going to be? A separate? Is there a separate node? Is there... that's in Unity, actually. I'm not sure which node would that be in Unreal. So what happens is I would like to separate this into the RGB values. And then take the... let's see if this is the one. Nah, that's probably not the one. Basically, this is like a vector 3, right? And I want it to be a vector 2. And that, or sorry, I want to separate the 3 vectors and then add or take out the actual values, right? So this is what I'm aiming for this. But at the same time, I just would like it to be a bit more transparent. So let me think about it a little bit. So we have our alpha taken from here, right? So what we can do is hook it up in... But this is our opacity controller. It should do that. However, why is it not doing that? Then we have alpha clipping. That's also another beast. Okay, let's look into this. Alpha clipping and everything. Let's see what we can do here. Just gonna zoom out a little bit and just try to get this, you know, to understand it a little bit better. So right now, 1 or 0 means nothing, right? So 0.1 would mean a little bit, or 0.5 would mean a little bit of the fire. 1 would mean barely there. 5 would mean this. Okay, where's the alpha clipping on this thing? Alpha clipping is on 0.2. So I want that on complete 0. See, and now we're getting more of the body of the fire, right? So if I do opacity control to 1, we will start getting the better results here. Here we go. Now it's starting to actually blend in with the general, like with what is it called? With the wood here a little bit. So we're getting that, you know, mixing. 0.2. What would 0 mean actually? Okay, 0 would mean really nothing. 0.1 would mean a little bit of that. Okay, so I like this because I can control the individual colors of the fire. Like I have ultimate freedom. So if I copy this and I go with something crazy, right? Something blue, I could control that very quickly, like on the go. And it will still be doing everything that the realistic one would do. That is why I did the shader. But it's also, you know, it comes with its own faults. So that's kind of cool too. We're going to make this a bit more orangey, so that when you're looking at this from afar, you're not being turned off from like how red it is. Cool. I like this. I like this a lot. Okay, perfect. One thing to do still is, so if you're wondering like how the heck am I gonna how can we push this upward, right? Without having to touch it in the preview. There is a way. So right now you can see the pivot is right into the middle of the sprite itself. So if I go back to the Niagara and I go into the sprite render, there should be some pivot controls. If you can't see it, just write pivot. And here we see a pivot, right? If this was on 0, press enter, it will be the 0 on the left. If this was on here, it will be here. What the heck? Why is it completely transparent now? We just changed. Okay, that is weird. Anyway, we're gonna put this on 0, actually on 1. And then we will put it down, because I would like to control this from all the way, you know, from the bottom actually. And we're gonna go back to the material. God, I was watching a listening stream from 3 minutes ago and agreed that people from Poland is watching you. Yeah, exactly. So are you also from Poland or what? Man, so many people from Poland. That's pretty cool. Okay, so fire itself. I also had a lot of guests from Poland on the podcast. You could check the podcast too. All right, so we have the opacity in here. That is probably messing up with this value here, and we're getting lag again. And I wonder why. Okay, so we're gonna go 95% even. It's the moment I step into Google or into like the browser, it starts lagging. I wonder what the solution is here for that. Okay, so why are we getting this amount of... It's different again, right? So is it because I changed the alpha clipping? 0.2, 0.1, 0.05. Yeah, I'm not liking the result of the alpha clipping. Let's do opacity controller back to 0.8 maybe? Or 0.5. I just want to see the actual wood behind it, right? And I'm not sure if there's like 2 particles being spawned right now. And I don't know how to check that. I mean, maybe Alt-8 is a way, right? So if I put Alt-8, I'm seeing the performance here. And it looks like it's only 1 particle. But at the same time, we don't have any movement. We don't have any velocity. So maybe if I add a velocity here, it could help with me understanding how many particles are being spawned. Because I'm not sure. I feel like they're blending in too much. Because in the initialized particle, we have a lifetime of 2. So if I have a lifetime of 1, what would happen? We get less of them. Oh, actually, that is just getting faster. And the lifetime of 2, it's again changing. The moment I change anything here, it's changing. That is weird. Not sure why either. Okay, maybe if I save this, we'll get a different result. Not liking that motion blur at all that we're getting. We'll see. We'll have to deal with this for now. Have to deal with the results. G, and I really hate how... What is happening here, actually? Okay, let's go back to the state. And instead of loop duration to 10, we're gonna put to 1. Okay, and now the loop duration is matching the initialize. Oh, it is not. Okay, so if I put the delay or the loop duration to 2 and make it matching, are we gonna get a better result? So now it's 2 seconds looping and 2 seconds playing, basically. Yeah, that is a better result already. This looks already much better. And what else should we do? I hate how it's following the camera. I think that's horrible. So let's see how we can do this orientation a little differently here. Let's look for orient, and see, where is it? How to do the orientation, not to follow the camera all the time. Render visibility, sub image size, sorting, sort mode, view depth, view distance, custom ascending, custom descending. What's view depth? What does that do? So if I come closer, is it gonna go away? All right, so I want to get rid of this movement here, that it's following the camera all the time. And face mode, automatic. Face camera playing, custom facing vector. And we're gonna make that custom facing vector. All right, so it's facing mode, right? We're gonna delete the orient here, the search. Okay, but what is that vector then? That is weird. Okay, face camera position, face camera distance, automatic. Nothing is really changing. Face camera. The vector should actually give me options, right? So what are we doing here? Oh, the moment we change this... Oh, I see now. So the moment we changed the Y pivot, it got really weird. And it got very visible that it got weird. Because it's rotating it from the bottom now, right? So if we say maybe rotate it from 0.7, we can get rid of this weirdness. Yeah, that is a little better already. Let's get it up more. G, get me the gizmos, and let's put this thing more up. Like here on the top. And now if I view it like this, it's not going to be a big of a deal. Okay. So that's literally the plane, literally like going with the camera plane, with the camera position. And we're changing that eventually. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Cool. We got it working. Cool. All right. So next steps, I will go back to the opacity again. Put that thing on 0.5 maybe. Save it and play with it again. 0.2. Oh wait, we're not getting the results. That's the problem here. Like the moment I start changing stuff in here, say I put it on 0.6, we're again having different values, right? So every time I have to play with the opacity, I have to come back here, right? So 0.8, and then we will change it again to 0.6, and then 0.7, just to see the result right after. Because it just does not update. So we see that the playing with the opacity means like you're playing a lot with the actual value. So I'm gonna put it back to 9.9, right? And again, play again with the Niagara system here to 0.6 and 0.7. Oh wait, did it change now? 0.7. Is it the fact that the more it runs, the more it starts getting brighter? Is this what's happening here? I am not sure. Okay, so one thing I want to do is with the scalability here. Let's show, where's the scalability settings? They're here on the right side. Then we start looking for preview platform, material quality, engine scalability settings. Let's go with high as a maximum settings here. And yeah, now we have a little more performance. That is looking better already. And yeah, so the next step is to make a smoke. So my first step here, trying to guess, is I will copy the same settings and I will add velocity, but with a different renderer, right? So if right now we're using this one, we will start using this one. And one more thing, here we go. We start seeing it eventually. Ooh, this is looking really cool. Okay, so what we'll do is, first of all, I wouldn't play with the color at all. I will start adding a velocity. I think it's in the particle update, so we'll add velocity, inherit velocity, scale velocity, solve forces and velocity. I think we have that. Add rotational velocity, calculate accurate velocity. Let's see scale velocity. And let's do 10. Oh, I always mistake those engines. 10 in the Z. Do we have solve? Yeah, we have a solve. Let's put the solve down there. Okay, so what is the scale velocity doing? Probably nothing, right? Or is this not enough of a value? Maybe 100? It's not doing anything. World, anything here? Simulations. Nothing is being done. Okay, let's try something else. I am not sure about that. Wind. Let's add a wind force. And the wind force needs something else. This module unmet dependencies. We're gonna fix the issue. And aerodynamic drag needs to be fixed. We're gonna fix the issue. And this is just me guessing, right? So right now it's going all the way to the left. We're gonna position it right there and add a 1 into the upward movement. As you can see, I think that is already pretty like it's better already, but you can see how many particles are being spawned, and this is happening the same for the fire, and I didn't know that. But basically we don't need so many. Wait, so why is it moving like this? I would like it to move differently. So 0.1, what would that mean? Oh, it's stuck now to its position. A1. Interesting. It will move slowly. Okay. A lifetime. Why is it looping while it's going up? That is weird. I want them to die eventually. Oh, maybe because we completely deleted the death, the killing factor here. So we will see. All right. So one way to do this is not to go from the single looping particle. Let's add another emitter. And let's look through our options here. We need something like a fountain, right? So if I pick the fountain should go up, right? Like this. Okay, that is good. first thing first, we will not need gravity. So we only need it to go upwards. We will need less of a sphere here. We'll need one. So we see now the particles going up, right? And for the sprite renderer, we're gonna copy our smoke in here. Smoke is gonna go there. And we will stop seeing it. Interesting. Right? We stop seeing it. Okay, so let's stay with it for now. And we need less, way less rate, like 3 for the rate. And let's see, in the emitter state, it's doing self infinite to, and looping duration is being 2. So if I put this to 0.1, now they're gonna shoot faster, right? What about 0.1? Is it gonna shoot faster? Okay, so the looping duration basically means nothing. Or I'm not getting what it means. But we're gonna keep it to infinite. Self emitting through itself. Yes, it's not being controlled by a certain system. That is important to understand. Spawn rate, we reduced it. Check. Initialize particle, lifetime. Alright, so this is the one I should have changed. No, not really. 0.1 would make them go like this only. And more rate would mean more of this effect. Okay, cool. Alright, so I was looking for something like that. So let's give those more lifetime. Actually, yeah, this should be fine. And then what we need is to disable some of the stuff here. The scale colors, solve, add velocity. Oh, it's here, add velocity. That's the one. If I disable it, they will literally just spawn in a circle. All right, that is good to know. And we can change the cone here to from point. And now they will literally go like this. But we could also do like delete this and start controlling them by vector. Vector length, make float from vector. Yes, and right now if I put this to 100, they should go up, right? Or am I being wrong here? Channel X, channel Y, channel Z. What is happening? Oh yeah. Okay. So we can only choose one channel when it comes from a point in a cone. I mean, linear probably is what we're looking for. Yeah. Okay. Now we have to get used to Unreal coming from Unity, right? So if I put the scale here to 10, they will move faster upwards now. Or 7, they will also move faster. That's pretty neat. Okay, so what is happening in the renderer here that it's not taking our smoke? Let's try this. All right, so we are getting something here. Cool. And here we're doing the same, and it's getting the smoke again. That is perfect. Okay, so next step is to start working with the sub-UV. And how to do that, we'll start comparing these settings, right? So in here we have in the default material user particle automatic custom facing vector. We have facing mon custom facing vector. That is the one we need. Next one 0.5, 0.7 default pivot. We will not play with this yet. Pixel coverage, all good. I remember it's being here sub UV. All right, sub UV. We got the dimensions it needed. What are the dimensions of our smoke? Let's get a look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check. That's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 8 multiplied by 8. This is our grid. So what we'll do is do a sub UV thingy here and say, yo, these are not 1 by 1, these are 8 by 8. And now we'll start seeing the smoke particles slowly. The next thing we need is basically the drum roll freeze, solve forces, aerodynamic wind force, sub UV animation, linear particle update. All right, so particle update, we'll do sub UV animation, right? Was it sub UV animation? Correct. That is correct. Perfect. And now we will make it fit the same settings. So here we have, I think we removed something here and it got it to work. And that thing was linear sprite. There was something here that we had to move. Was it this one? I'm just gonna check between the two settings. We see there is something different within the what is it? Where is it? Linear sprite, that is correct. Then we have this sprite and render information, and then we have sprite renderer. Okay, so let's see. Sprite render information object has warnings. The display object has warnings. Check the object properties or the message for details. Here we go, sprite renderer. And now we're getting, hopefully we're getting the same treatment like the other one. What I'll do is I will make the velocity here chill a little bit. So we're gonna go with 2. And one of the main things I'll do is chill this now. Yep, they are moving. Perfect. So next thing is to go to the rate. And with the rate, we need to make this spawn rate a little less. Like, let's go with 50. That's the half. Then we will make each particle bigger. Particle spawn. Let's go with uniform sprite. So now we have a uniform sprite. Let's go with 70. Since our fire was on 70, 50 maybe, something like this. All right, so next thing will be our velocity again. So add velocity will have now some randomization. So we'll add random range vector. And before we had, I remember this one was on 100, right? And if we keep those on 0, we'll keep those on 0 too. And we'll have a random, see how much nicer this randomization is getting us results here. So we'll have 150. So it will still go up, right? And one of the things that I will add now into the update is actually the wind, because I really liked how the wind was blowing it away. Now the wind force is going to tell us there are some issues, and we see it blowing in a certain way here towards the left or towards the right. We just need a little more control here. Let's try 100 here. And so now it's doing it diagonally, hopefully, but wind scale needs to be way up there. Yes, okay, so now we're getting something. We are actually getting some wind and some vacuum. Oh yeah, that is looking really nice. I will chill on the speed. I will also randomize the speed. So I'll do random. And we'll go 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The main thing is that I want is, all right, our leaves are going left, right? So they're going into this direction. And this is where the environment effect need to fit. So we're probably going to be in the minus here, 100. And same for here, minus 50. And this is randomizing now between 50 and 100. And you can start seeing it going sideways. Let's do minus also the same, because it's probably diagonal, the speed here. And we see it kind of going in the same direction, I would say. Of course, the white smoke right now is way too, it's way too up there. So we will just edit that later. And one more thing that I would like to add is, all right, so now we have okay, so curl noise, that should give it turbulence, right? So if I put this on something crazy, it will go crazy. Let's go with 1. So you see how fast this wind is? What we need for a fast wind like this is some drag. So the drag needs to go way up there, right? Ooh, and actually it needs to go way down there, it seems. Oh yeah. And I think that is not the drag that we need. That's why we're getting bad results here. So we'll go with the same value, and I will just look into here. We have wind force, aerodynamic drag. That's the one we need. So we will just add AE, dynamic drag, sorry, and we'll put it below the wind force. And we'll fix this issue that we're getting here, and we'll do fix issue. All right, so we fixed it. I don't know what was happening. But now the aerodynamic drag is on 1, and that is 1 value. The aerodynamic rotational drag, let's put that to 0. Why is it the higher the drag, the faster they go? That is super weird. What about 1,000? All right, so I'm not sure what's happening here. Is it the wind that is causing all of this? Let's put the wind speed to 1. Okay, so why are we getting a lot of rotations now? There's something fundamental that I'm not quite getting from this. But oh, wait. What is happening here, dude? 100. Oof, that is very bad. Okay, we had a better result before. Okay, let's disable 2 drags. Maybe that's what's happening. 2 drags affecting each other's. Rotational drag, we don't need any of that. Sprite renderer, please go back to face camera plane. Or face camera generally. Face camera. Alright, so why are we getting these weird rotations still? Maybe it is the curl noise that is causing this issue. Let's see what we can do. Alright, so wind force, maybe that's way too much. Maybe it's way up there, 0.5 on the thing. Aerodynamic drag is the one that started doing these really weird looking results, right? But I can see the same issue here too. Okay, so let's look into the orientation. Let's go automatic. Sorry about that. All right, gonna go automatic here. I will wait for it. Automatic is not doing what I want it to do. Boom, that is super bad. Freaking hell. Let's see. Camera plane. Is that a better orientation? I hate this. Camera generally. Also super bad. Why is it thinking that oh, wait. Is it this camera that it's following? Which camera is it following right now? That is super bad. Thinking about this UV space. Sorry, the pivot. Maybe the pivot is ruining it for us. Maybe not. What can I do? Okay. What about this? What does that do? Nothing. All right, facing mode again. What is alignment though? Velocity aligned. Oh, that is better. Oh yeah. Damn, that fixed it. Here we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, we're just gonna mess around a little bit, I guess, until we get the results that we like. So there's no shame in that. Gotta get some water. Let me drink some water. I'll be right back with you guys. Remember, this is just us guessing here. So, and yeah, we're just gonna guess a little bit. And then we're gonna check the course later just to see where we did wrong. Okay, aerodynamic drag, that is adding a lot of drag. So we're gonna go with something much less. 0.2 or like 0.15, maybe 0.05 even. Yeah, because I don't need a lot of it. We need some of it, but not too much of it. Now the next thing, honestly, I would like to do is I'm not so happy with the way they disappear. So one way to do this is by scaling it up, and then like it goes from 0 to 1 and then to 0 again, right? This is what I would really like to do here. So let's try to do that. We're gonna do particle update and we'll do a scale. What is it called? Scale. Something with scale, mesh size, sprite scale. Yeah, scale, sprite size, yes. And now we already have it, so we'll do something simple. Right now, it's just getting from up to 0.5. We'll add a key, and then we'll go back to 0, right? Like all the way to 0. We're just gonna click this, add 0. Oh, sorry, that was the time. I messed that up. Again, click here, 0 here, boom, done. And yeah, now we see them going away slowly, but this is way too fast. I want to see it go slowly, barely visible, and disappear up there. Okay. Is it scaling up too quickly? What is it doing? This is better. All right, one last thing is we need to find a way to to put this smoke behind the fire. In Unity, you would go to sprite render and to go to sort, some sorting. There is some type of sorting, and you would have numbers, literally like 1, 0, 5, right? And then you would switch those layers, literally. So you would have the fire in front of it or something like that. So we have sorting mode here. View depth, view distance, custom ascending, default, low, and sort only when translucent, high. Okay, so this needs like almost like another, like it needs to communicate with another sorting, I feel. So if we go to sorting here and we say none, we'll still see it. Okay, view distance, custom ascending, descending. Let's go with the ascending, high. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I'm trying to understand as I'm doing it. Descending, high. And what is that doing exactly? I think that's something we will have to learn on the course, honestly. For now, I will jump into trying to guess the right color on this. And that is by manipulating the smoke here, the smoke material that we created last episode. All right, so one of the main things I will do is start playing with our material instance. So this is the texture. You know it's a texture because there's a red icon here. So I just almost fell into the trap. And we'll close all the textures that we have and go to sprite render, double click on that thing, and then that should take you into, wait, that took me to the material right now. Do I have a material instance from this smoke? I have. Okay, so let's assign that actually. Click, drag, boom in the instance. So now we have the actual instance. I will save the whole project just in case Unreal crashes, which happens. It's not like unheard of or something. It happens all the time. So what is the next thing now to do? We are going to do a custom descending. Okay, that thing I'm gonna keep away for now. I'm gonna do none. And I'm not gonna play with the sorting for now because I don't want that to affect the result of the shader or of the material instance. I think we'll do this a bit later. It's probably here somewhere in the properties, right? CPU sim, dynamic calculate bound mode, require ID, persistence ID. Okay, no, I don't know really. But we'll go with local space because we want this to move. And ooh, local space completely knocked it off the charts here. Okay, add velocity. This will be down to 0.1. All right, 0.5 maybe. Okay, 0.3. It's still too fast. Okay, we're gonna go with 0.01. That's too less. Okay, and now we have to edit our wind force to 0.05 in this case, or 0.03. And why did I put it on local? It's a good question because I needed to go with the fire itself, right? 0.7. So when I'm moving the Niagara system, I want both to move. In this case, this would look like this. You know, it will look like this. Because, you know, I just want to place it. That's all. But why the values changed so much, I really don't know. It just changed a lot. But that's fine. Okay, even the scale changed. Like you see, when you're changing the world to local, is changing a big time. Oh, and that could be, you know, the fact that if I scale it here, it will scale with it because now it will be affected with the scale as well. And that could be the reason why this happened. Okay. So it's not only affecting the world local transformation, but it's also affecting the world local rotation and the world local scale, basically. Okay. Cool. So now we have the scale here ready for us. We will do a one more check on the particle, initialized particle, and on the size itself. Now we have 70 and 50. I do think these are too small, honestly. We'll go with something like 80, 60. I don't like how they're super reactive to the camera. But we still have the course as a backup. We're learning the hard way right now. There's no shame in that. And what did I do here to make... Okay, I did velocity aligned. Let's see custom aligned. Now it's completely broken again. But like when you say custom aligned, what the heck? Like you're not giving me any options. Velocity align. And what is the other one? Unaligned. That is better already. Okay, so fixing the local to... Alright, so that means if I rotate it, now the wind will rotate with it. That is way easier to control than just numbers. That is awesome. At least visually it's easy to control. Coming from like a environment art background, it would be easy to control like this. If you want to hand this to an environment artist, it's probably easier for them to control like this. Unless you have the parameters for them to play with the wind like as a world setting, basically. But I would imagine it would be easier for them to play with it artistically in that fashion, right? So one more thing is I would like to play a little bit with the lifetime, having smoke for 1 second. Maybe, you know what? Maybe let's have it for really 2 less, right? So this is way too fast now. It's almost being a fire on its own. So that's why smoke needs to go up there in the values when it comes to lifetime. But you also don't want it to be looking like a water effect, so you have to be careful and balance it. So between 1 and 2 maybe. This will give it a bit more life. Let's do 1.5 even, because you don't want it to be too fast either. Okay, so 2.5, 1.5 and 2.5 I feel is the sweet spot here. And remember, we have a gray, super visible smoke right now. We need something that resembles the burning of wood, right? Which would be a bit darker than this. It wouldn't be as visible as this. I'm just thinking about the way it's going away right now, and I'm thinking maybe, and just maybe, since we have one side, since we can rotate it and change the actual orientation of the smoke with the wind, I would knock off the other 2 randomizations here. And this will make the randomization here easier. And minus 100 and minus 50 is making that gap here. If I have to explain it with a screenshot, let me try to explain it for you. So the way you would understand particle systems, again, is that you have to break them back to, like, you have to imagine the actual particles. So each of those is actual plane, right? They are planes like this. And, you know, they're moving in space with different scales, with different speeds, right? And right now, the wind is doing this. It's so the velocity is putting them up, right? And then the wind is, you know, blowing them into a direction, right? And so because we have 2 randomization of 2 values, we have 100 and the 50, which are both in the minus. They are randomizing between those 2 values. So you have particles, some particles that are going into the 100, minus 100, and some that are going to the minus 100. That's why we're seeing this particle here, right? And some that are getting blown into the minus 50, which, you know, ending up here. And so I'm not super huge fan of like this effect right now, how it's like this. Maybe we can get it to just do this, right? So we have to go easy on the 100, so minus 50, and now because we have 2 values that are similar to each other, we don't see so much of that effect, right? So let's do minus 30 and minus 50 on this, and now it should be theoretically better. And yeah, I like this. Let's just compare it to the leaves and see what's happening. Leaves are being blown like that slowly. It's still too strong, so we're gonna go with multiplication of 0.05. So it's, you know, barely moving. I don't want it to move too much. This is looking cool. Velocity is a bit too much too, so we're gonna do like 0.05. So it's not going up as much. It's just a little small fire. Gonna try 0.07 here. That's too much, man. 0.06, and look at it from afar, right? And the sphere, what is that sphere? The shape location, I'll try to explain it to you. So in here, you have to imagine, I'm gonna make a screenshot again. So like you really have to imagine a sphere, like those particles are spawning inside of a sphere. I'm just gonna make a screen, and we've seen it in the beginning when we were playing around with settings. So you have to imagine a sphere here in the middle, and all of those particles, they're being spawned on different spots of those spheres, right? So like we have them spawning here, right? Here, 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 here. And then they make their journey upwards because of the velocity that makes them go up first, and then the wind that makes them go into the direction we set it up into, the different randomization between 50 and 30. I think I remember we put them at that rate. So now if I decrease the amount of a sphere to 0.1, you will see that they will start from 1 point. Like you're not seeing the sphere almost anymore. It just becomes a point, right? So if I do like 1, it will be big, and if I do 0.5, it will be half as big, basically. And yeah, I think that is cool. Now, I'm not an expert. I didn't look at any reference. That is wrong, by the way. Like, we should have looked at references. But for now, I'm just trying to learn on my own pace, like making my own journey, right? So, smoke going up, left right there, and what we need is to play a little bit with the instance itself. So if I go to sprite renderer and I double click on our smoke sprite renderer, and I make it into, instead of the epic, I make it into the gray wireframe, which will show us the smoke itself. And now guess what, we can play with the emissiveness. We can put this on 100. It will look super emissive. It will maybe simulate a stylized feeling, right? But we don't want that. We probably need 0 emission from this, and this is what's gonna give us that black smoke. But the fact is, we have lost a lot of the details that we brought with this. So it's gonna be a 0.5, maybe it's gonna be a 0.2, maybe it's gonna be a 0.11, maybe 0.05, maybe, I don't know. But let's see 0.5 for now. I like the details that we're getting with this, and the reason it is just way too bright is because we have it way too bright. So this could make a blue smoke. You know, you would see this on a lot of like racing games, right? Like red smoke in the beginning of the race. This effect can be there, for example, like on the checkpoints. But right now we're just simulating a normal smoke. Probably going to be reddish toned. Like this is going to control a saturation, right? We'll probably try this, like let's just like taste almost of the saturation, and we're gonna go a bit darker with this, and we'll try it. So less saturation, right? As we go darker, this is too dark. So you have to find the sweet spot, basically. Or we're gonna learn new stuff, right? So we may be gonna play a little bit with the opacity rate, 0.5. So it's not so visible. 0.5 seems to be way too much, so maybe 0.8, something like that, right? So it is transparent. It is not as prominent anymore. 0.7, you see it's getting a little cooler on the eye to see. And we see that they are a bit too slow going upwards. We see that it is now getting smaller, so we have to edit the Niagara system as we go. So yeah, this is our values, right? And we will choose something that would fit the environment best, something that is not going to ruin everything around it, and not look so weird still. Okay, so let's try 0.6 on the emissions, 0.7 on the emissions. I feel like the more we have emission, I don't like it as much. Like, especially if it's too bright. I don't like smoke to be too bright. Personal taste, I could be wrong. So 0.5 I feel like is a cool thing to have here. And now, just for my personal taste, for my personal I like the way I see this is way too less velocity. So we're gonna go with 0.08. We're gonna make them blow a little higher, a little faster, because I feel like the smoke is giving us that feeling, and it kind of need to balance between how fast the smoke is going up and how fast is the fire going up as well. one thing first I would like to do is with the pivots. Let's see if we can see it. Sub image size. All right, we're just gonna go, not Google, but actually just add pivot in the search, and it's in the default UV space, and we're gonna go with the 1 on the bottom, and now we see that we are getting the smoke to be a bit more bigger in size for some reason. Do I like this? Let's try not a 1, maybe with a 0.7. I like that it got bigger. I don't like that it got too big. One thing with the color right now. So there's something about the color that I'm not so fan of. One way to do this is we copy the fountain again, and we make the sprite render here, and this might be an expensive solution. It is a solution in my eyes. So we're gonna copy it, right? And we'll duplicate our smoke instant, and we will call it bright, right? So we're gonna call it bright, and you guessed it, I guess it's gonna be brighter. So we're gonna double click on the bright, and did I put any alpha manual and color manual? All right, so we're gonna take these two out, right? And right now it will be controlled with the particle system because we've established a shader like that, and we're gonna work with it like that. So let's see, set scale color, right? What do we have in here? Scale color, scale RGB, and it's doing weird stuff. Like what happens if I add a key here and I make it to the 0? What is it doing exactly with that color? I am not seeing a lot of difference. What if this was low? I'm not seeing a lot of difference, honestly. RGB alpha, RGBA together, RGBA linear color curve. All right, so what I'll do is I'll disable this. I don't think it's doing anything. Initialize particle in here, we have our color, right? So it can be red, it will be red, it can be translucent, and it will be translucent, right? No. Okay, maybe, I mean, one way to do it is 0. Okay, it seems that we didn't set up the alpha that way. That might be a mistake I've done in the shader itself. So alpha manual will be controlled by here, 0.2. 0 means it's not gonna show up anymore. 0.5 means a little bit of it will show. 0.7. Oh, that is weird. 0.6. Oh, okay, so the 0.5 is controlling the opacity completely. Okay, we're gonna go with 1 for now, just to see what we can do, because eventually I would like it to control the color with the lifetime. So like within here, I would like that to be, instead of set color, maybe add color. Is that possible? Add color or scale color, even scale color. We are, oh, it is scale color, it's not set color. Let's see what we can do here. Scale RGB. All right, we're gonna do a, how did they do the curve here? Float. Okay, so here it's controlling the alpha, which we already tested and it's not working. So I'll delete this one, we already have it. So we'll do curve, okay, float from curve. Okay, so this is what we need. Let's do float from curve here, float from curve, vector from float, vector from float, from curve, sorry. What can we do here, dude? Like, what are we doing? This is the blue. So if the blue was on 255, it's not changing anything. So it is not playing with the color in that sense, is it? Let me try to think. Maybe I'm missing the controls, the proper controls. Maybe this is not the one that we want to play with. So, because I remember like in Unity, in the VFX graph, right, you have the gradient over lifetime. So maybe we do have something like this, gradient. Scale. What type of scales can we do? Scale color by speed, scale ribbon width, scale mesh, sprite size, scale velocity. That is all what we can do. All right, so what can we do in the particle spawn itself? So if I say color, we can just control the color. Oh, right. So there should be something. It should be the scale color. It is there, but we're not getting the proper controls for that. All right. So make vector from linear. Make vector from linear color RGB. Okay. So am I controlling anything here? Or do I have to go back to initialize particle and give it the go basically in the alpha channel and just keep it neutral in the white? Oh yeah, now we're getting there slowly. So this has to be neutral for in order for the scale color to play around. Okay, I get it. It's like having a layer on a white background, and then you can add the multiply or any other settings that you want to add. All right, so can we do this on a curve? Can we do this over lifetime, basically? Curve. What is color from curve? Okay. All right. Now we're talking. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So if I double click on the color and I make that one reddish in the beginning, perfect. And this one with like 100 alpha, so or 1 alpha actually. And then I do the other color that we had before, right? So like something that is super dark, like here, and then push that to more to the left. Okay, now we're getting closer to the result that I want. Okay, let's put that closer even, because I would like it to basically change the color eventually. Like I want the brighter version of this color. So I'll do copy the same hex code. Hopefully that is the hex code or hex linear, whatever that is. And press OK. Now it should be all the same color. And wait, let's add another color here and make it go darker by time. Yes, and even darker at the end of its life. So like completely dark. And this should give us a brighter smoke at the start. And this is what I'm going to do now. I will establish that basically by changing this color at the beginning and make it brighter. Okay, that is way too bright, way too quickly. A little darker. All right, so let's see what we can do with the color here. And let's just say we're gonna go with this and put this in just in the beginning and bring it darker, faster, darker, faster, darker, faster. Yeah. So this is how this is gonna look like. It's starting to shape up, honestly. I just need it to be less. I need to go darker a little faster. So in comparison, when I'm comparing this with this, look at the difference, right? This has no volume, nothing, and this has like all the volumes, in my opinion. I like this more, so I'm gonna disable the other one and keep this one here. Okay, that is pretty neat. For now, maybe, and just maybe I'll add like that super bright color here. Like not super bright, but a bit brighter. Is it even visible? Let's see if it's visible or not. I think the sprites are way too small by then. Oh, what do we have in here? This needs to go. Probably gonna press Control Z right now. Okay, Control Z, I've done something. Okay, which language am I in? This is German. Oh, I can't Control Z this? Oh, that's dumb. What happened there? Okay, gonna delete this one. And copy. Whoa. What's happening here? Okay, these. Dude, like it's going too dark. What the heck? Okay, this is weird, man. Why can I not do Control Z? This is weird. Okay, we need darker color here. Yeah, maybe something like this. Okay, this got effed right now. It was better before, so we're just gonna make it darker. More saturation. And we'll have it go smoother over a lifetime. Okay, I am. Alright, we need to calm down a little bit. And now put this to the left. Add another one. And now this one needs to get darker. Yeah, something like that. But I don't want it to ruin the actual fire, so I'll be careful with that. Just be a little careful with that. And at the end, it should go full dark. Yeah, something like this. Is this looking good? Okay, maybe it's too bright at the start. Let's also play with this. Just a little tiny bit. Yeah, I think when I make my eyes blurry, it's working pretty well. Okay, that might be too much smoke, by the way, but you know, it's never bad to try things. And we'll eventually go back anyway to the tutorial and check how they did it now that the guesswork is done. We'll see how they worked with it. And so yeah, I'll be right back. Perfect, let's go back. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Oh yeah, keep the grind going. Watching. And where is the Mad VFX? Here it is.
But it is the second biggest element in my scene, in my class. It kind of takes extra priority with the file because you want to go, so when you try to make this file, you want to go from the biggest element into a file. Because if you know the biggest element, you add it instead of manipulator and everything over to a file. And then you go into the part, control, something like that. When you look at it as a whole, then you would know what things are, for example, catching your eye, and then what, or maybe the sizes, maybe the animation, maybe color, or the costume. So this is like the way I do things in my website. So on this screen, when I'm doing screen, it's going to be my text. So I'm going to bring in another different particle. And I'm going to change the time to 30. And I'm going to have right, easy, right? So again, same thing as the hour. We go into the release. And here, because we have 3.3, so we go to the time. We and we have set the middle number, running number type. Then we have our review analysis. And we put this to that number. And now you'll see that our source is what? And here, this, this, right? Now that we have the source, so as it changes, it's just adding the elements. You don't want to get it too complicated because when you try to add everything once, you don't tend to focus on that. You start focusing on way too many things at once and it's just overworking. So, what I have in here, and let's go this into this. Oh, so knowing that I have my solution here, there are some things that in my head when I'm trying to like classify it or for example like the behavior that I want, right? It just looks or it becomes kind of fun, right? So some of that is consistent. So I need to remove, right? So this thing, what does go through is the process. Full process full, and then gets affected by the density, and then gets affected by the range, get affected by the image that belongs to it. So when you start off, you first realize, okay, let's start small and then just count. So when you translating that into Niagara, you go either way. So you can do 5, then you get 12 plus 5. So now you can see that the particle is inside, right? So meaning that the smoke is
Gonna make it faster because we basically did all of this from guesswork, which is pretty cool.
right? So
Let's see.
as long as you have power, it's concentrated, and you have smoke to be concentrated. So you know, you have smoke, and you can fix into it. But you're going to do the same thing as my particle plate in the house, only just okay? And so when you translating that into Niagara, you go either way. So you can do 5, and you get 12 plus. So now you can see the particle is inside.
Mhm.
Right? So meaning
He did the size over lifetime, which we did, which is scale sprite size.
right? So as long as you have power, it's concentrated, and you have smoke to be concentrated. So you know, you have stuff, and you can fix into it. But you're going to do the same thing as my particle plate in the house, only just let's see, now that I have this, into this mode, I'm going to bring back and see that into others. If all of my particles you can do it, so let's see. That's what you do. Okay. Technically, the same because it's how the particles on top of it, that is just between the direction. So if I were to take from one particle to 2, so let's put in the it's set to regulation, in fact. So we're going to set this to infinite, so this is infinite size. So this set this to let black is 2, and you can do it. So if you look at this in the world, you see that it is a bit weird. And you think part of the reason that this is getting this type of treatment is because of the lighting of the light. Something is basically not a little. So when you were doing something like that, you see there's a little bit of a difference between the levels. So what we can do, this scene that we have here is completely done. There's a number of scenes, the effect is the last step. The lighting has done this out. This is by addressing, and not only like other stuff there for the effect of the complete. That being said, basically you can see the difference in the particle to the heat. So knowing that this is what looks like in this environment, and what the difference in the other environment, you want to use this in this environment. So anyway, I'm just making a start out. We're going to understand this behavior. So we have our type. So for this one, it is going to start it off. The state type is going to start as a Hungarian because it's the reason. So now that I see this, the next step I have is a relationship. Okay, so smoke goes on the fire into the air and into the sky. So in my brain, I think I have a neurological perspective. So we usually look at smoke, right? We look at it fading into the distance and then fading out. So if you look at that in the so under the particle, space impacting air particle. So the cell color will allow you to actually control the alpha of your this over time. So into the alpha cell, change that into first. Now you'll see the effect. So you see that it actually turns into this thing, but over time, you see that it is actually taken.
Okay, and let's fix the alpha issue honestly, because I think the next step is to fix the alpha, and then we can have a really good, you know, a good fade in, fade out type of deal. All right, so let's get to it, people. Although I really like how the smoke is going away by it scaling down, we can't be scaling the. We can't be scaling it down like this. It's I mean, you can, but it's not realistic, I would say. So let's try to make this as realistic as possible. So I'll rename this, right? I'll go F2 and say smoke no alpha. All right, so we didn't do any alpha controls here. So we'll do copy paste and we will disable it and start playing with the alpha values. But in order for that to work, we need to actually test it if it's working or not. So in the scale color here, if I have the alpha on 0, it should be not visible at all, right? So it is not the case right now. So we need to figure out what the heck is happening in here with when it comes to the actual alpha. Why is it not working? And we see that it's hooked to the RGB while we should have hooked it to the alpha itself. And now, if I save this, we should be able to hopefully control it by the alpha. Is that correct? 0. All right, so maybe from the initialized particle, we should be able to put the alpha on 0 and it shouldn't be visible? No. Okay, so maybe we should save. But did we save already? Okay, so that is not working. Alpha in the multiply. All right, so that is weird how I set this up here. You see, this should not have been here at all. This should have been here, and this should have been here. Here, actually. Yes, and this would be more correct. Save. All right, back to it in here. 1, 0. All right, still nothing. We need to make sure that this is also... Okay, let's see in the instance of it. What do we have in the... What do we have? Color manual. Oh, we lost completely our alpha manual. Okay, so what is happening? Where's our alpha manual? Opacity rate. Alpha manual question mark. It's not hooked anymore, so we need to hook it in the first multiply. All right, save. We're gonna keep our failures like we said before. We're gonna say color manual. Sorry, alpha manual. No, we want it automatically from the system itself. But now we see that we are getting weird artifacts here. That is maybe the cause of it taking. So now it's on false, so it's not taking the information. So the false will be this one. The reason it is false in this one because this one is not taking into consideration the information that are getting from this one, that we're getting from this one. So essentially, this was wrong what I done here. This should have been in the true, and the alpha here should have been the... Wait a second. So the controllers either from the instance or from the particle color, however, they both have to be hooked into this multiplication of the alpha itself. Yes, we should not hook that after that. So we're gonna save, and now we will see our smoke actually being cut off because it is doing the calculation properly. Perfect. Now if I put this to 0, it should be invisible. Yes, we did it. Perfect. So if I do this to a curve, if I change this to a curve, actually, float from a curve, and I put this to 0.5, so it's existing from nothing, and then not existing anymore also. Okay, so let's add a key. I'm not gonna be not gonna explain it philosophically. 0, 0 meaning 0 time and 0 value. And now we see it literally only visible in the middle. And what we'll do is this thing will be on 1 in terms of value, so it will be completely visible. And what we'll do is we put that thing very close, and we'll make it auto. So, and then we'll add another key, and that one will be here. So it is visible, 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 right? And then at one point it becomes invisible again. So invisible, visible, maybe. Now let's keep it slow like this. So invisible, visible, and then invisible again. What do we need to still change here? Well, the particle scale, so the size scale, where is it? Scale, sprite, size. This motion here needs to stop, meaning we have to override the last step because smoke expands, right? and it keeps on expanding. It doesn't scale back to 0. And this is what we need to be getting. A linear value here that actually works better like this. So it's now scaling from, maybe we don't make it scale from 0 actually, we make it scale from 0.35 or something. So it will be existing early on, and then it's just gonna expand further and further and further without a break. And maybe, you know what, we scale it beyond the 1, like a 2. Now we're gonna see it go and scale away like that. So it's not creating this weird animation that we had before, but it is just going away. My cats are fighting. Give me a second. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Cats fighting.
Yeah, but I have to go now. He is chassis to her the whole time already. Now he stepped and now he's starting again. But I forgot to grab an upstairs. You should maybe post it or that. Before I sit down. So just
So we're back. Alright, next thing I want to do is add some rotation, basically, to the whole thing. Alright, so let's get back to it. There we go. Alright, so. And let's learn. And some water. Alright, back to it, guys. Okay. We have it scaling up now. That's pretty neat. What am I seeing here that I'm not liking? So, initialized particle has lifetime between 0.15. That is what I'm not liking, I think, within the context of the sprite animation, right? It has to be to a certain amount, like we've seen with the fire yesterday. Oh, sorry, last time we streamed. It is not gonna, it's not gonna animate pretty well if you put values like 2.5 or something like that. However, there should be an actual fix for this, because UV animation, linear, random type sprite render, random start frame rate offset. Then we have a sub UV lookup index scale output alternate render bind. Okay. I don't know the knowledge for that yet, or just yet. I do think the wind is affecting way too quickly, because the fire would have been affected with the wind itself, and it would have been shifting in the actual shape of the, if the fire was if the wind was so strong, right? So we'll go with 0.02 and even maybe 1. And just reduce it. Let's see how that looks generally. And we'll also adjust to the course as we're going. But right now, I do think we need a random rotation on the thing. So initialize particle. And if I do sprite size mode, there's sprite rotation mode. We can do the random, just a random. And what else is there? Can I add any like thing here? Okay, direct angle degree, direct normalized angle. Okay, so what does that mean? Can we do a random of those two? Random. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for following, my friend. Okay. Oh, on Twitch. Okay. Appreciate you. Let me have you in the comments. Let me know who you are, what do you do, and what you're learning. Okay. 360. So now we're randomizing between these angles, and hopefully it is working. One way to test that. How do we test that? I mean, other than visually, I don't know honestly how to test that. But I like that we added the actual alpha value here. I mean, this is pretty bad. I pressed F, by the way. I just wanted to not stop and just keep scaling, right? Okay. Perfect. Sub UV animation, aerodynamic drag. We've played with all those settings before. I'm not so happy with the result right now, because it is scaling up way too quickly. Okay. We needed to chill a little bit in the scaling right now. It is not doing us any favor. Just chill down, right? Like this. But eventually, like scale up, right? I want you to scale up, basically. And as in terms of the velocity, all right, so first I want to fix the scale color, especially when it comes to the alpha, because I think it's going off too early. So let's try like this. I want it to show up quick, clear, basically. And what else do I need here? Why am I not super satisfied? All right, so maybe it's the sphere itself, the sphere shape that is spawning that needs to be bigger. So if it is on 1 right now, we're getting the spawn on the whole fire wherever we go. Also, I don't like the wind for some reason right now. I really not enjoying it. And why is this still on a certain direction? That is super weird, dude. yeah, like a small fire like this is just not going to be affected by the wind as much. All right, so did I actually rotate this effect now? Do I have a rotation in this direction? Now that is what I'm not so sure about. Maybe I did, but I guess one way to see that is here. If I set up the rotation to be 0, 0, 0, we should have a very directional smoke effect, right? So that said, hide the G, and let's see if we add now slowly. We add our wind force and our dynamic or aerodynamic elements here. Let's see how that is going to look. I mean, it is looking better, honestly. Like, it's not doing the effect super extremely. So let's do a 1. Now it is doing it. So like 0.2 maybe on the thing. Okay, that's too much. 0.1. Okay, that is way too much. Yeah, we're going to go again with a very modest value here. Barely any wind, right? But I also want some wind. Okay, I have the feeling that we have way too much spawn rate on this thing. 50, no, 3. Okay, so what is happening? See, when you put it down a little bit, you start seeing like some of the problems that we're getting. You see the velocity here is not really doing us any favor in it being random. So one thing that I would like to do is reduce the randomization, because this is literally half of the amount. So it has to be really close to the amount so that the smoke is not, fighting with each other for the attention of the viewer, right? So now when I'm going to the rate and I'm not doing 50 anymore, I'm doing maybe 25 on this. Here we go. We're getting that better looking smoke. One more thing that I would like to add is maybe, and just maybe, let me think a little bit about it here. Yeah, am I happy? Okay, maybe 35 in the spawn rate. Am I happy with the actual initialized size? Not so much. So what I'll do is I'll do minimum of 80 and 100. And now we should be getting better looking sized smoke, in my opinion. Am I happy with the gradient itself? Not so much, but I'm also not happy with the general alpha values here, which are being controlled by the scale sprite size. Not really. You see, maybe this curve is not ideal. That's what I'm trying to question here. Maybe that is what I'm not so satisfied with. Maybe. Let's see. I like how this is looking right now. I do think it's way too big, way too quickly. So maybe I reduce it a little bit. And the next thing is the actual set color here. Okay, so this is fading way too quickly. We need it to be a little more controlled in the sense of fading a bit to maybe fading a little slower, basically. Yeah, something like this. And now for this, I'll actually add a more saturated color just to see if saturation here helps to sell it, and if shifting it more to an orange color will help sell it too. Not really. Not seeing that sell. We're gonna go back to it being a little darker, a little more conservative with this. Let's do the fade again, quicker. See what happens here. So now we're having a smoke that is emitting in that fashion. Do we have a drag? Yes, we do. And what happens if this was on 1? Now the drag is very prominent. So what we'll do is 0.01. And that is too less to just see what's going to have 5. Now it's too visible again. 3, 5. Something like that. Something like that for the noise. Okay, now I can see the sphere is doing way too much, 0.8. or 0.6 actually. And now we should have a smaller sphere of emission, a little bit of wind, and we're kind of good to go, honestly. What I will do right now is see where the children's are here. Copy that name, because it's the parent, right? Press G, hit on the Niagara system, and oh, let's see how we can do this actually. Is there an easy way to do this? Oh, here. Okay, so we just have to drag it and drop it inside of here. And now when I choose this and I move this, we're moving everything. Perfect. So if I put this where it's supposed to be, where the light is, basically. Oops, we're just gonna F on this one. All right, and now we're seeing the flames where they're supposed to be. Maybe here, if I look up. Yeah, that is exactly where the light is. I will put the light a little bit to... You know what? The light should also be in that family, right? So we're having it inside of here. And now wherever I take the barrel, I should be taking the light with it as well. Oh, that is not the case. Okay. We're probably needing the other light, which is this one. Sorry about that. And yeah, we're going to also pick it up and put it in the barrel. So now wherever we're moving the barrel, hopefully we're moving everything with it as well. Yes. All right. So I would have done that for the environment artist. But yeah, let's see if that is looking good or not. Let's go back to our cinematic. Where is it? The cinema actor. Ooh, this is looking pretty neatly. I can't zoom in, but what I can do is move this here. All right, now we can start thinking about our smoke, about its lifetime, right? About its velocity, about the set color thingy here. If I press on, where was this thing where it goes into the view? Show this curve in the curve view. Perfect. So if I have it here, you guys can all see this, right? If I have it here and I scale it up like this, oops, why is it not scaling with me? We should basically be able now to control this and set the value of the opacity in the beginning to something higher. And now we should be able to see this. But why, when it was on 0, I was able to see the fire better? Or was I not? Maybe I wasn't. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit this view, go back with the normal camera, and see exactly what is happening here. So if this was on 1 all the time, am I still seeing it? Oh my god. Why is it zooming so much up? F. Okay. And so what I don't like about this is the fact that we are not seeing the smoke. So let's do 0.7 on the smoke here. And now we see, because of shifting the pivot, it's spawning on a sphere. It's not going to be super happy with it. If it was on 0, it will also not be super happy with it. If it was on 0.5, now it's going to be really in the middle. I'll keep it in the middle for now. I'm not going to change it, and I'm going to play with the shape sphere. So shape sphere 0.6, right? Let's do a 1. And now it's emitting from that one size. Next thing is I'll make sure the initialized particle color is white. And the next thing is I'll go into the scale color now again, and make sure that we're having opacity here to 1, here to 1. That is doing its job. So what I'll do is now, instead of a 0.7, I'll go with a 1, just to see what is happening here. Okay, so do we still have the scale issue, right? So if I go to particle scale sprite, I disable that one. Am I still seeing the smoke in the beginning? I actually am. I can see that the depth fade is affecting this a lot. So what I will do is I'll go to the smoke material itself, check for the depth field, which should be been put somewhere here, alpha manual, dynamic parameter, in the subtract. Oh, we have a dynamic parameter. I wonder how we can access that one. It must be accessible somewhere, but we will see that in the tutorial later. Do we have depth field here, like we do here? Depth fade. No, we don't. Okay, but then why is it interacting with the world around? Like maybe, you know, maybe it's because of the opacity being too low generally. Maybe that is why. If I maybe put the opacity, and this is just me, you know, playing around, right? So if this was on 10 since the beginning, yeah, you'll see more of it, that's for sure. Perfect. Okay, so now we'll sure not use 10. We'll be on 1, and in the beginning on 1. Is that going to work? I am really not sure about that, but if it was on 0, then we'll have the smoke eventually go in. That might work better. Let's see. So let's do add a key. Let's do a 1. And same for this one, we'll do 1, 2. And we are gonna break these connections. So we're gonna make them flat. Yes. And let's see what's gonna happen now. So we have them flat, and it's gonna lose the opacity slowly. So if I make this onto auto again, I bring it down as such. We are, in my opinion, now we're getting a better smoke, if I'm not mistaken. Next thing I would like to do is reduce the heck out of the size. So now we're getting a size of particles initialized size. We are getting 180. Let's do a 40 and a 70. All right, that is fitting our fire a little better, honestly. And the velocity, however, is not the best still. So we'll try something between 50 and 60 upwards. Is this fitting our fire here better? Is it not? We will see. As to the shape of the sphere itself, can we change the distribution? Meaning sphere, surface distribution, sphere distribution, direct, uniform, transform, that's the one. All right, so if I put that to 10, it should spawn way below there, right? If I put that thing to, oh wait, is that the scale? That's the scale. We're not gonna play with the scale at all. Rotation mode, how about the actual offset? All right, so offset mode, position, stack context. Let's remove that. Can we remove that? The transform method, custom metrics. Boom, now it's gone completely. All right, we're gonna go default, I guess. Let me see, engine scale and rotation mode, blah, blah, blah. Offset mode. Why am I not able to add a vector here? Let's see, add a vector, and let's put it down. All right, so this is going up 1, meaning perfect. All right, so now we'll do minus 0.5, and now it should go into the fire itself as such. All right, so as to the scale itself, we're gonna go with 0.7. Okay, this should work now. All right, I kind of like having the smoke behind the fire like that. I would like the here to be just a direct set, the time, and we'll do 4. All right, now it's going up more. Let's try 3. Oh, 3 is that gonna do it though? It doesn't look so bad. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Working for Marvel. All right, if you're working for Marvel, congrats. So let's do a velocity a little bit. Maybe we add more here. You know what? I'm trying maybe to get a bigger size. We're having, what is it, 50, 70? Let's try 90. Just wondering here, honestly. It doesn't look so bad, does it? What was it before? 70? I like that. But I do feel it's a lot of smoke. Like, it's way too much smoke for the actual fire here. Now, if that's the case, what we can always do is go to the, what is it called? The color itself, which is all the way down, scale color. And now we can put that, the whole thing down, right? I wish there was a scale curve. Actually, that's the one. What if this was 10? Now we're getting, oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This was a 0.5, it will go completely. 0.6, we'll start singing again. 7, here we go. And then 8, even better, or 9. All right, so we can change the opacity basically on the go. We can always go back to the course and learn some more, but for now, I will just go with that. This looks good. Fire, we have a smoke. What else can I do? I did the rotation stuff. I can maybe add a rotation to it. Or what else can I do to it? Am I happy with the velocity? Also, the fire itself, I feel like the material is not doing it any favor. But let's go back to our cinematic camera and click away. I don't hate this, honestly. I don't hate this. I don't like the velocity we're having. Maybe that is the only thing. I'm just gonna put this in the camera within the stream. All right, so this velocity is kind of a joke. We'll just play with it here, honestly. Let's do a 0.1. And now we're getting a faster smoke. What if it was even faster? That is way too fast for what it is. Okay, 1-1. Okay, and now the sphere, I feel, need to go down. The shape sphere, basically. Let's do 0.7. Yeah. Maybe even less. Even more, sorry. Is it less when you say in the minus? Let's see, 9. I want the smoke to interact with the fire. I really do want that. All right, so next step is I would like a fountain again. So we're going to add a fountain without anything special. We'll return it to what it was. Let's see, what is this going to do? Oh, this is pretty neat, actually, adding 2 layers of smoke. It's not so bad. But is it intersect? Okay, I'm not gonna go there because I can always enable this later. So what I'll do is I'll right click, add emitter, then do a fountain. Yes, again. Let's look at that. It's gonna throw some stuff. So no gravity. Shape sphere gonna be way less. 0. Let's do a 1. All right, we're getting there slowly. Is it gonna be a cone? It's gonna be a cone. Is it gonna be a cone? Yeah, let's say it's gonna be a cone. Then we'll do a wind. Windy, windy, wind. All right, so let's oop. Nope, I don't want to touch this. All right, so let's do a wind. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete this. All right, it's cool that you can go in the system and edit it visually as well. So, particle state. All right, so what we can do now is add a wind. All right, so first, let's start with the local, because if we do this later, it's gonna suffer, right? Woo! Fireworks. Okay. So, add velocity. My friend, you need to chill. In the sense of, where are you? This is cone axis. This is 500 and a 600, and then we have let's do 50 and 85 actually. just reducing it basically. Maybe even less, but you know what? Let's not play with it way too much here. Particle size, I'll go with something that is between 0.02 and 0.05. Or is that just the mass? That's just the mass. Yeah, they don't have any mass. The sparkles that come from a fire, I think. Unify, what is it called? Uniform sprite size, that's the one. Let's do 0.5 and a 0.2. Do those things have trail, or is this just motion blur? We'll see, I guess. Add velocity. Where are we going, dude? Minimum 50, 65. Directional speed fall off, axis. What if this was 0? Alright, it's not gonna do anything. What if this was 0? It's not gonna do anything. Let's do 5 and 8. And now we're talking again. Yeah, that was just the motion blur in the place here. So particle update, we're gonna add wind, and we are going to add some velocity drag. Sorry, aerodynamic actually. Dynamic drag aero. Okay, with an E. We're gonna put it here. We're gonna disable the drag. We're gonna fix this. So we're just gonna tell it to fix itself. Go fix yourself. Fix issue. And as to the wind, we will do no wind, probably. But the curl noise here and the dice is gonna be crazy, right? But for it to be crazy, we need a little bit of wind, right? Yes, we do. As you can see now, it's simulating a noise somewhere. But we need that to be... Wait, is this controlling it? Scale 10. All right, the frequency is probably it. So we're going to do 10 on the frequency, and now it will move even further. Perfect. One thing that we're going to do is not have it go down at all, and we will have it kill itself quickly, and I would like a color. So now we're getting very close, so let's get a color on that thing. We're gonna go with the droppy drop. Where can we drop stuff? Yeah, we can drop stuff. All right, that's maybe the color we want. Oh yeah, we're getting there. All right, and this emitter state and initialize particle, we're gonna do... All right, so how long do those sparks go usually in a real world scenario? Like 0.2 and a 0. I don't know, 1? All right, 0.2 and 0.5. We still want them to be visible. All right, and now what we'll do is get the heck out of here. Zoom in on our barrel fire. And what we'll do is look at that. First, we need these to be a bit bigger. So give me a 1 and 0.5, right? So now we're talking. Way too strong, right? It's definitely out there in their strength. That's why we need a little more drag. So we're gonna go with 10. Not gonna do anything. 100. Is it doing anything? Not really. All right, so let's see. Why is it not doing anything? The drag. Okay, so if I add a drag layer on top of that, now if I add this to a 10, 100, it's still moving. Okay, so maybe this is not affected as much. It's more that the wind is affecting it better. Okay, so we will delete this and not watch this and go to the wind force again. So what if the upwards movement was 0? Now it's not gonna go down anymore, right? Just gonna watch it here. So the last thing I wanted to do is basically like a saw going on metal. We don't want that effect. We want the effect to be really just going upwards, right? So we probably need the velocity here to do its job better. And what we also need is less of intensity with the wind. Not that less. 0.7 should do the job. Something like that. Let's see, 0.6. That should work too. Now the rate needs to chill, right? So this is, we need also a probability. What is a probability? Now they're spawning on 100, like 100% all the time. We need a random value here, random range float, and this will be between 0% and a 1%. And what I would like it to be is 2%, 20%, and 30%. Something like that. And now we need less spawn ratio, so 10. Exactly. Now the actual initialized particle in time, it needs to scale up to 0.7. And now we're getting some interesting movement up in here. All right, is that enough? It kind of is enough. Is it gonna be a rate or is it gonna be a burst? I feel like bursts are cooler here. Like, can we make a one where it's just a burst? I wonder. All right, so let's copy this. We're gonna make one that is just a burst, and it's gonna happen every now and then, right? So let's do burst, because you know sometimes the wood cracks and it breaks and it does this. So I kind of want to do that a little bit. Oh, sorry, you guys been talking and I haven't seen your chat. I'm very sorry. Hello. How long it takes you to become a generalist? I am a VFX artist. I'm learning Houdini and Nuke. Okay, I'm just gonna add you, and we are going to talk a little bit. I'm just gonna invite as well, and no, we're not gonna stream together. We're just gonna follow and. Yes, I didn't see the chat. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, anyway, back to it. So, yeah, we're having those sparks. We are getting almost there. All right, so burst, right? So we need a burst. Yeah, I wanted to do the burst here. Burst, and let's see what we can do with that. And spawn burst, and let's try 100. What is happening? Are we getting this 100? All right, maybe we need once or multiple. And let's wait for it. Is it happening? Is it not happening? It's not happening. What is happening here? All right, so we have spawn, burst, and spawn rate. So spawn burst, spawn count, spawn time. All right, so 1. We needed that too. Okay, so my question is, why the heck is this not working anymore? We have spawn rate, probability of 20% too. Okay, so let's do 30. And let's do a bit of a bigger percentage, 50%. Oh yeah, now we're getting them back. And let's do one more thing. The actual initialized particle. Let's do a 10 because I barely can see them, honestly. Okay. No, they do exist. They are happening. I'm just not seeing them anymore. Okay, so this is just to debug it right now because I could not see them anymore. So what we will do is maybe add more velocity in the minimum maximum velocity speed. Okay, let's do 100. All right, now we're talking. Okay, so what we'll do is 15 and the 30. Yes. Okay, and now the probability needs to be lower spawn rate. Let's go between. So it's gonna be 10 again, only 10 particles, and the percentage is between 10% and 3%. Let's go even lower, right? So like 0, so just 5% and 10%. That is kind of more realistic. Okay, so now as to the size of it, 0.5 might be too less. Let's do 1 pixel and 1.5 pixel, basically. Okay, now this is way too fast. Velocity needs to go down a little bit with a 10 and a 12. All right, this is kind of doing it a little bit. One more thing is size again. 2 and 3. 3 pixels. I think that is fair. Yeah, do we have too much of curl noise, you think? Let's see. Wind force. Let's do a 100 here just to see what kind of crazy stuff we can do. Okay, 20. That is also too crazy. Let's do a 5. That is too calm. 8. Too calm. 9. Getting there. All right, so we're going to keep it to 10. This is not the issue. Frequency, 5. That is too calm. Let's do more, 20, the frequency. And let's see how that behaves. That's kind of more realistic, in my opinion. As to the velocity, I feel that it could really be randomizing between like velocity of a 2 and a 12. So it's not always going up, but sometimes it goes sideways, right? Yeah, that is kind of doing it. I would like some bursts as well. So let's see what the burst needs. So initialize particle, let's do 10 and a 10 so that they're huge. Oh, you see that? That's what we need, kind of. All right, so let's see what we can do about that. So we have spawn time 1. We have spawn count 100, so spawning 100 of them. Loop count, so let's do infinite again. How is that going to be? Boom, boom. Yes, that's kind of what I want. Loop duration, what if this was 10? It's gonna wait 10 seconds and then it's gonna make it again in 10 seconds, which is about now, somewhere about now. Yeah, it's gonna do it again. So what we'll do is a random float, a random range float. Okay, so and this is gonna be between, let's say 5 seconds. 5 seconds is too much, right? Let's do 3 seconds and 20 seconds. And so right now we're having that weird, like it's gonna be burst, you know, having a burst every now and then. And then we'll have spawn time 1. All right, so let's do a spawn time of, let's do a random spawn time, honestly. Random range. And before we go into like the 20-second range, we still want to be able to test this. So we're going to have bursts now going a bit faster. And then we'll edit it to whatever we want it to be, right? So let's do that. Spawn burst instances. Okay, so what if this was a 3 and a 1? What's going to happen? So what I want them to be, I want them to be different. And I think we're getting there slowly. What if instead of a 1, we have a 0? I really want them to be random and not just have one shape. So let's see where and how we can do that, basically. What if it was a system we don't want? Complete inactive response. Microwave evaluation type. Spawn only every frame. Okay. Recalculate random each loop. Recalculate duration each loop. I think we're getting closer, honestly, for the general sense here. So if this was on 2, we're getting a bigger circle. All right, so I think we need a smaller circle. And it's gonna spawn soon. Now we're not getting any spawning anymore. That is weird, although we only changed the sphere. Okay, that is weird. All right, so 0.5. All right, here we go. We're going back again. 0.8. Let's see. And we are doing it again. Maybe a 0.9 on here for the sphere. And almost, right? So, okay. Velocity, it's going in a cone. We have a wind force that need a bit more noise. So in the scale, where is the noise? We need wind force and the curl noise. So we have scale. This is the intensity itself. If it was on 100, it's going to be a crazy thing, right? So it's probably, we want it to be crazy, not that crazy though. And we need this to be high up, 50. So I want it to be going everywhere, not 50, maybe 30, maybe 20. Something like that. Maybe. Let's see. Maybe it is too intense, actually. And what we need is in the initialized particle to go back to its size, right? 1 and a 2. Here we go. So now this is too uniform. What we'll do is go back to the burst and actually give it a spawn count, a random range, right? Random range, it's going to be between 10. It could be between 10 and 50 particles every now and then. It's going to burst exactly like that. So every now and then it's going to go click like a real fire and just go spawn a bunch of particles like that. Am I happy with the size of the actual sphere? Not so happy, but maybe we can do it with a transform here, something a bit different. And I don't remember exactly how we did it, but I think it's down there. Where did we do the offset? Custom metrics? No. That completely made it ineffective. Shape location. What did we do that we got the transforms? We have done a sphere distribution, sphere, blah, blah, blah. Where did we get our sphere transformation? Oh, it's not out. Let's make it out. Where did I get into this, dude? Here. I forgot where I did this. Oh, wait, this wasn't here. This was here. Okay, here we go. So in the shape origin, I add vector to position. Okay, so we changed it to vector. Here we go. In the offset mode, I forgot where it was again. Okay, again. In the shape origin, and we made it add vector to position. So in the shape origin, we made it vector to position, and we minused this to like a 1, and now this should spawn them below, if I'm not mistaken. Let's make the randomization to be way less, just for debugging. So I'll only wait half a second between each burst. It should happen. Boom, burst, burst, burst. And one thing I want to do to debug is bring the size up to 3, just to see the amount of particles. And also in the emitter itself of the burst, I want to go with something up more than, something like this, like 80 instead of just 10. So every half second it should actually burst, right? So what is happening here? How much time? Okay, spawn time 3. All right, so let's do 0. Now it's really doing it all the time. Okay, so this is not good because now it's really intersecting with the actual barrel. What we'll do though is instead of a -1, we'll go maybe -35, right? 0.35. And now it's gonna spawn exactly what I wanted to spawn. However, for the size, I'm gonna go with a bit of less, like value here, 0.8. Okay, and now in the initialized particle, in the burst itself, we're gonna go with a minimum of a 1 and a maximum of a 3. And as to the emitter state, now we're gonna go with something crazy between the 3 and the maybe 8 seconds. So every 3 and 8 seconds, between 3 and 8 seconds, it's gonna do a burst. And this is hopefully, like this. Right now, the rate is crazy, so it needs to be reduced a little bit. So between 10 and actually 50 particles, we're gonna test that, right? So we're gonna do 30 instead of 50, and then look at it from afar and see those bursts happening. Now, in the lifetime itself of the initialized particle, okay, I'm not a fan of what's happening with the wind, so we're gonna have to reduce that a little bit, especially the intensity. So we're gonna go with 10 and the 10 maybe, and see how that's gonna go. Every now and then it's gonna go burst. Yes, that was a burst, and another burst. That is okay-ish, maybe 15 in the intensity of the burst. All right, and maybe we go a little bit more with the frequency. Yeah, that is doing it for me, I would say. All right, here we go. Smoke, sparkles, and this is also gonna go sparkle burst. So it's bursting those sparkles every now and then, and this is gonna be our spark sparkle constant, basically, because it's constantly happening. Okay, so this is our constant. This will be our, but I kind of would like the constant to be more visible. So honestly, I will definitely add more velocity on here. So a bit more in the sense of even the one that don't have any velocity will go to 5, and the one that will have velocity will go to 17, and giving it more upwards motion like this maybe. Let's see if that is doable, and let's see what's gonna happen here. Okay, this is doing pretty well so far, or we are doing pretty well so far. I really like the effect, but I do think there's a lot of stuff to do. I will do alpha here. I'll just make it called alpha, so not no alpha, but alpha actually. And here we go. We have it here. We have those as backup, but for now we're gonna put the non-backup emitters in maybe down there, and the ones that the one that we're controlling are gonna be down here, and the one that we are having as a backup will be up there. And we're gonna save everything before Unreal crashes on our ass. So file, save all, and let's go back to work. Let's go back to the tutorial. Here we go, and we'll pause. Here we go.
Actually, in this edition, but over time, you see that it has to be taken. To get the data program, you actually just have the first key to 0, making the key, I like that, and just drag that into 1, and the other each one, so you make 4 keys together. And basically, you can use this into using that thing. So you can grab these two keys, perfect, into different files, and just add it in a way that they have it to two. So I can even do this. So slowly do things and after. That's pretty fine because we know how to apply something to the other. It's going to change the way you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the data for a second. If you got it from the way that works that you look at it and say, that makes sense. The two things inside of it, right? In fact, it's a little bit like, no, it's no, they don't have anything to do with it, right? So you can make a point. You go to try and replicate it in how to example using this type of effect. But using that way for you to the world, you know, in the does, after that, it's really, really good. So it's continuously emitting, after the previous world, you see that there's a lot of ability smoke. So if you compare, for that reason, they just need to have this, a bit of randomization. So to do that, I what I realized is you see that I get this 3 years it's that and that randomly. And so you get into the competitor, the bigger you can find things. Now you can see it harder and program is always different. So every example you have where it's velocity. And now you see that in Niagara, it's giving you the ingredients and everything. So that makes easier to be always true. So if you're able to connect that, you'll be able to do it using that system. You know, you can do this first, and you're going to start adding some better. And it's going to be just because of the people that you notice in our computer application, our system design, you need to read around it, and you can that. So how about that here, and you'll have our then as more, and in the body, and let's enter into a text, and you can send it to because it's going to be one, let's go into the video, and click on exactly the moving focus type, and so let's see. I have all these numbers I'm going to use to see a note. That will have the actual key, so let's have a here. And here, of course, go to the top, so let's have go to the simulator, and let's have a system. Okay, so that is the another different of the different. Okay, so for me, in between, this looks a bit unique. So we have a problem, that's it. I'm going to go to the top. Right? You can't really get over in the computer. What I would do is keep these flat over happen, and then have slowly over everything. So, but this one, you can go to the this is also, if you change into the thing, that's not good. But you go into your, here, you go to you can change this, change it, so you can still see it here, here, but you can see a little bit. But that's the thing, okay, you can follow that in there, you can set it. But you know, just it knows that you're not going to get this to look like the first thing in the fashion. So as far as the radius, you can see and then it's going to be different and how I don't think it's going to be able to this, and then there's the impact already. And to this, we have no real thing. Then instead of our folder, this, let's change that into a wait. Before continue, we can install the folder. So let's specify, and we will alright, so we can this step. Let's just have this indicator, because I want to change my data address, it's going to be a little bit more interesting. So we can change the data. So this will already, we have this type. When we set type S, I'm going to see that this type is showing the same thing. So I'm going to show my implementation. Let's see that. So let's increase the size. Raise size. That's maybe. Just that way. You see that it looks more like a communication than that. That's the thing. And let's do this. Alright, so I see together. Now that I'm going to go to the file, I'm going to take it here. And the second one that I can get from file to this, I can have it in here. So first, let's change this to the open. And this, and I have this. Now that I have this, let's have the way of the so the second way is the difference that we see when we look at our is the target after we look at it after being done. So this one would be our target ticket. So we go to have a single living target, and let's change the type. And then let's have the target. Here, let's hold it, and let's hold it. Fire before this. Then we go to Houdini to actually do the benefit. If I was first one to the title to mission. So let's do a type, type 2. So this type is column in 2 ways. Okay, so now we have a fire, let's type in a mission, so that will be mission. And so that is suddenly, and if you say our fire is okay. And then that is looking at this into the flow. One is the nuclear process, because it's using the founder. So if you just have this fire, now we see that this happens because now we can choose the change. But we'll be able to do that until we go into the medical, change that and let's change it to continue, because I want to keep so let's change it to 5. Let's change it to here. Right, so let's change it to 5. We're going to let's move it to the right, change it to here, change it to here. So let's add the there. Let's do a sequence. Then just add it a little bit up. So let's okay. Looking at this, we have a value. And that is okay. So how do you see the content? It's a look movie. So there's a couple of different things like first half of it. But if you want to just do a more interesting, you have a bit of space with a making animation. So to do that, what do you use? Have a very nice message. Go to the application and click. Take that number. Now you see that it's going to start to randomly. So this one is still like it. But we'll try to use the rate mix because we can just hold from top to bottom. But I have a personality and this is our next I want to have a side highlight. So adding to side highlight. And then we have a click. So what we can do is basically we'll give it that first next one. Like I can do it in the so if I can respond to the color. Okay. What we'll notice is that we do the definition of the but let's say our side is see you have a little bit of last one. Customers, 50% community. This. So we have our second unit. Let's go to our input. So that's the so let's have something just like the file features, and let's have more individual and development community. So for this type of file, what does that have here in there? Generally going to first have everything to tackle for how to get them, specifically take some of those things for your view. So to do that, we can go to the second. So let's do the and let's do this.
Okay, he's doing a lot of the stuff that we've done before, but he added also a lot more. So our guesses so far has been very correct. That is pretty awesome, honestly. So yeah, let's add the rest of this. I will put this on the record. Our guesses has been correct mostly. I've added the embers, and he just started with the embers, so that's pretty cool. Then there's the one element that we created a material for, which is the fire burst. That one we didn't use, and we also need to integrate our distortion. So let's see how that's done. Mostly, I would like to start with the distortion first. So let's do that first. So in order for us to start with it, we need an emitter, and we'll go with just a single one for now, because I would really like to have a revision. Imagine real-time VFX is like a martial arts. You need to keep practicing your punches and stuff like that. So your punches here are actually your particle systems and the setup that follows it. I have a comment, but I can't see it really well. I'll just try to read it the best I can. Well, making this a little bigger. Hi there, finally. What? Okay, maybe it's on Twitch. Hello there. Finally turning in to the stream. Hey, nice to have you here. I think you're one of the guests, right? One of the podcast guests. But yeah, nice to have you here. We're creating this barrel fire. All right, so let's go with isolating this view. So you could right click on it and isolate it to just see the size of it or the shape of it. One thing we'll start doing is, well, basically the size, and we'll start doing the rest of it later. So let's do initialize particle. Let's go with a 70. That's around the size of the barrel. 60 is the size of the barrel. Perfect. Let's do our sprite renderer, which is the distortion. Oh, am I? I talked to you shortly on LinkedIn. I'm Valentina. Hey, Valentina. Maybe, yeah. I mean, not yet, but maybe I invited you. But hey, nice to have you here. Oh, I remember you now. I remember you. I didn't invite you. I remember you very well. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Absolutely. I remember you very well. But yeah, if you want to be on the podcast, sure, no problem. Let's have the distortion on this, the distortion material on this. So I will make an instance out of this, create material instance. We'll keep it with that name and drag and drop it here. Let's hope it's gonna work. It is working. Perfect. All right, awesome. So what I'll do is double click on this and then go to distortion strength and go back to like 0.2 maybe. Oh, that will make it. Okay, so 0.9 maybe, or even 0.95. I think that the closer we get to 1, the less we see of this. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, so we're gonna do 0.98. Something like that, of that nature, because from afar it is gonna look very strong. Oh, well, in any case, you would like to have a chat, I'd be happy to join as a guest. Sure, would love to have you as a guest, actually. So yeah, you can text me on LinkedIn, or you could join our Discord. I'll be happy to continue this chat there. Thanks for dropping by and for commenting. You know the game. People do check Valentina's stream as well. She also does similar streams. All right, so basically we have the distortion amount. It's on 0.98. That's the material instance so far. We're gonna go back to the Niagara system here, and we'll add a velocity. Let's add a velocity. All right, see you there. So and here we'll add velocity, and now it's gonna go upwards, hopefully. Yep. But we need way more rate. So in here, we'll get rid of the spawn thingy here, and we'll add a spawn rate instead of a burst. And we will have it not controlled by the system, but by its own self. And we're going to have it for an infinite repetitions. And the spawn rate is going to be maybe 10. So it's going to be something like that. And we see already that it's simulating the fire effect. We don't want it to go all the way up, by the way, because the heat itself, it contains around the fire itself, so we're not gonna go crazy with this. We'll add a particle spawn or particle update. I'm not sure. Let me see. Spawn, particle spawn, or particle. In the particle spawn, we will add a what's it called? Scale size something. All right, so scale. Or sorry, not in the spawn, but in the update, we'll do scale sprite scale, whatever it's called. Scale sprite scale, scale sprite size, yes. And then we'll just keep this curve, and you're gonna see it. It's like it's doing a cone shape, right? Then we will add a location for the actual effect. Right now it's a sphere, so it's probably not doing it a huge favor. We'll delete that one. Let's explore a little bit the location. What else is there? Location. Generate location event, grid location, blah, 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 shape location. No, that's not what we want. Maybe it isn't emitter. Spawn. Particle in grid. No, it's not that one. Update. Location. Shape. Looking at. It's also not the one that we need. Yeah. We'll see. Let's do... Damn. That's way too high, I think. Let's do a 1. But at least I get to control the location of it, which is gonna be a vector. So add vector to position, and then we can probably put it down. Is it doing it? -10. Are we going low? Are we going low, or are we not going low? Are we or are we not? Alright, so -20. Are we or are we not? Is it in the update? Should I put it here in the update? Is this what is missing here? So the moment it goes into update, it's not going to do anything. What was the thing he used for the location? Shape, location. Then there is specialized particle. Which location he used? I forgot. Something with location. If someone knows and watching which location it is, where to put it, let me know. For now, I'm just gonna hide this because it's not doing anything basically, right? It's not even doing anything. Dude, come on. It's something location, right? Effect location? Then maybe emitter spawn location. Spawn particles in grid. That's not the one, man. Anyway, what can I do here? We have a velocity going on. We have maybe we can do different type of scales in the initialize particle. So let's do a random between okay, no wait. Non-uniform random non-uniform. Yeah, let's do that. So it's going to be between 50 and 50, actually 70 maybe. So it's more oval shaped, and it's going to be 50 and 70 again. All right, so now it's oval shaped. Let's do 70 and plus 20. So 90. And we're gonna have this randomization here. Another randomization with the velocity wouldn't hurt as well, so we'll do random range vector 30 and 50. There we go. And as to distortion amount, let's do a 99, barely visible, right? All right, let's keep it like this. This is pretty cool. One thing I would like to add is this is pretty cool, I think. I would like it to go a bit more down, but since I couldn't remember, I'm just gonna go back a little bit here. What do we have? Emitter state, initialize particle at blah blah blah. Where is that location? Location, distortion, spawn rate, initialize particle, add velocity, particle state, scale. I don't remember where he put it, honestly. So it is, yeah, anyway, we're gonna go away with it for now. I will hide the isolation, so I will not isolate it. And it will look like barely visible, honestly. That is where the location, I think, plays a huge role, but I'm not sure. It is visible. Okay, so what we'll do is go a bit crazier with the size. That could be one way to do this. So spawn state, initialize particle. Let's go plus 20 on each. Plus 20, plus 30, plus 30. Okay, and now we can see it on the sides here. As you can see, if I zoom in a little bit more, we have some sort of distortion. However, not too visible because of the values that we left here. Let's try this. Maybe it's better. From afar, that is a bit too much. Actually, not so bad. Let's try 88.988. And now we have distortion going on. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's see what we can do. Is it going too fast? We'll check those things later. Right now, we're gonna add more burst to the burst itself. So what I will do is I will pick, so this is our burst, right? So I will take our normal fire here, single looping particle. This is gonna be fire, right? And we're gonna copy our fire effect, paste it, then start playing with it a little bit. So right click, isolate, and now we will start playing with this a little bit. All right, so one thing I will do first is I'll go into the sprite render, and I will do what? I will go and change the material instance here. And I will put our fire burst instead, okay? Right now, this is not gonna convey to the actual settings that we had in. First, the color is off. That we still need to copy from the other settings that we had before. And second, our sub UV is completely wrong, right? So we have an 8x8. That is wrong. How much do we have here? Let's see. Let's put it on a plane. Here, click. Oh, sorry, this plane. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5x2. So we'll do 5x2. Exactly. We're going to do that. 5x2. That is our dimensionality. Why is it taking so long to render? Well, we have in the emitter state loop duration to 2, which will take 2 seconds. And in the initialized particle, we have lifetime to 2, which will take 2 seconds. Right now, it's taking 1 second. We will experiment a little bit with the time here, make it to 0.5, and make this 0.5 as well. Okay, now let's try to fix the color. Double click on this, and we'll go into this menu, but I'll toggle it out, or I'll, take the tab out from here, and go back to the fire. Boom. Oh, sorry, that's the shader itself. We're going to go to the fire instant. This one. Put them side to side. And start copying our values. 0, 5, 3, 1, 0, 0.1, 20, 10, 10, 0.9. Here we go. Color. Copy. Actually, can we copy the whole thing? Copy all properties in group. Right click, paste all properties in group. Now we have the same colors. Now we don't want to copy that because we don't want to have the same texture. Right? Save. Look at it. It looks similar. Now, is this perfect? At all. It's not perfect. And I think the reason for it is this one. No, not the emission. Actually, it's something with the red here that we needed to change. Brightness, red, 1, 5, enter. Now, not so great. 3, click, enter. Not so great either. 2, enter, better. Red, 2, enter, bad. 15, enter, better. Alpha clipping, 0.1, better a little bit, 0.05 maybe. Enter, save. Now, let's go to making this actually burst instead of being loopy. So, how to make this burst? Well, we need to copy the settings from our burst, which is right there. So, burst, can you please come over here? Thank you so much. All right, now we're going to start copying the settings. Not everything, mostly emitter state, stuff like that, we need to copy because we need the same burst to happen at the same time. Now, before we go and copy, actually, we need to make sure that this shape is doing what it's supposed to do. So one of the main things is that I needed to randomize in the rotation. And one of the ways that we can do this together is in an initialized particle. We don't only control the size here, which, by the way, I think should be the same. So it will be actually uniform like that, 70. And now it will have the same size all the time. I don't know why it's lagging like that. Actually, another thought. Let's go with 5070 like we had it before. That looked way better. Oh, I did a random uniform. That's the last thing you want to do. Where's it called? Non-uniform random. So no random, but just non-uniform. Okay, let's do 80 actually. Give it back to where it was. And let's see now, look a little deeper into this and think about it a little longer. Okay, so randomization in the rotation. We have mesh scale mode, we have sprite UV mode, we have sprite rotation mode. This, please make it random. And now it should randomize between different areas. Perfect. Now we have velocity going on. The rate is needing to be adjusted. We have count of 1, spawn time of 0. This needs to be 0.5 actually. We'll wait for it. We'll wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Nothing. 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 0. And now we're having it back again. 0.1. 0.2. That is better. 0.4. Better. 0.5. That should be the same amount, basically. All right, so what I will do is I'll start copying the stuff from the other one. Emitter state, what do we have? 3 and 8 seconds. All right, let's do that the same. Can we copy, actually? Can I right-click, copy, right-click, paste? No. Okay, we're just going to go with... actually, can I copy the whole thing? Like, can I copy this? Paste. All right, we're going to delete that. And now we have between 3 and 8 seconds. Perfect. And now this. And now paste. And we will take this out. And wait for the bursts. Okay, that is bad. Because we have 10 and 30. We'll need 1 and 1. All right, let's see. We're having a 1. The minimum here is bad. 0 and 0. Why is it spawning way too many? Emitter here. Loop duration between 3 and an 8. There's something I'm not quite understanding quite much here, honestly. 0 and 0. 0.1 or 0.5. Now it's not doing anything. 0.5. Oh, it doesn't want to do anything anymore. Can I not do 0.5? That is okay. So it's an integer, basically. Integer value. Random range int. Okay. Let me try to think here. Minimum, maximum. 0. No, it's not spawning anymore. Okay. What if this was overridden? Spawn count 1. Why is it spawning so many times? Don't know. Can we control Z stuff? Is my keyboard broken? Why is it not control Zing anymore? Why? Come on. Control Z, dude. Okay, it doesn't want to work. That is fine, I guess. Spawn burst, spawn emitter state. Goodbye, I guess. Emitter state, check. Spawn burst instantaneous. Yeah, okay. Let's do a rate for now. Guess it's not gonna work. It needs the spawn emitter state. Okay, emitter state. We will not break this. Okay, and now we have a rate. Perfect. So we have to have at least something. Yeah. Okay, so now instead of a rate, we will do burst. Just trying to understand what is happening here. Spawn burst instantaneous. Spawn count 1. Spawn time 10. Let's see what's gonna happen. Now it's not spawning anymore. And it's waiting for 10 straight seconds. So if I do random float, and I do the same values from here, which are 1 and 3. 1 and 3. We still have it spawning like this. We will do self. We will do multiple. Actually infinite, but with a loop duration. Yeah, between 3 and 8. Maybe it is the infinite fact here that it's not doing us any favors. Let's see what we're missing. So here, loop duration 1, cool. 0.5, 0.5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is it spawning so many? What am I missing? Once should only spawn it once, right? Nope. It's still spawning 10 million of them. Duration mode infinite. Multiple. What am I missing here? Emitter spawn. Emitter blah blah blah. Property. Local space. Okay, determination. Emitter state. Loop duration 0. This should do what? 0. Okay, 0. 0.1. Nothing 0.5. But if everything here was 0.5, it's not gonna work. Why? Initialize particle 2, 0.1, 0.5. Nothing. Okay. This is hard. This is tough. I'm not getting it entirely. What is happening in here? Spawn time. What does spawn time mean? Name, spawn time, type float. That is very helpful. Showing on the browser. This sucks. So right now, it's spawning. Okay, before we go randomizing stuff, let's try to understand them first. So 0 is, okay, 1 second, nothing. 2 seconds, nothing. 0.2, 0.3. So the moment it's close to 0.5, it is not spawning anymore. Yep. Okay, that is weird. Spawn count 100. Oh yeah, here we go. That is that. Okay. Emitter state, because it's infinite, it's gonna be a problem, right? So the loop duration could be longer. But it's still, so recalculate duration each loop. I just wanted to follow the same rules like the burst. The burst does what? It will wait between 3 to 8 seconds, right? So let's do 10 seconds here. It will wait. It's not waiting. That's not waiting. That is not waiting. It's not respecting it. So what did we do here with the burst? That is different. We have spawn count between 10 and 30. And then we have spawn only in the evaluation. What is so different? What's so different with that one? Spawn only evaluation type. Spawn count 1, spawn time 0.4. There's really not much here. And spawn time 1 and 3 spawn only. What about the initialized particle? Between 0.7 and 0.5. Okay, so there's a lot of randomization happening. What am I missing? Random. I'm gonna add a random. I'm gonna add a 1 and a 3. Like with the other one. Now with the state loop duration, they're gonna be 0.5. So it's not gonna do. Alright, so I think I'm starting to get it. This is gonna be, it's gonna be playing it twice, right? Now it's not playing anything anymore. Okay. Then which one waits? This should be the one that waits, right? This waits a second. Let's wait 10 seconds. It plays and plays and plays and plays and plays and plays again. And I don't know why that's the case. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna copy this. Paste it here. And now we'll get our sprite renderer into this. So please be here and isolate this one. Okay. And don't isolate this one. Okay, so we're gonna isolate this one. And we will go crazy now with the... We'll disable all the stuff. Wind force by aerodynamic drag by scale color by solve force and velocity by maybe this stays. Align, we're gonna go by for that one. Oh wait, I think I know what is the problem here. Okay, wait. Enable. Actually, where is it? Create asset from this. Watch time. Isolate. And we will add in the updates, we'll add a sub UV. I forgot that one. All right. And in here, we will add sprite. We will wait, do we have one actually before I add stuff? Yeah, we do actually. We do have one. Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't play, right? Start frame offset, sub UV, lookup index scale. What does this do? Oh, now it's... Oh, okay. Now it's gonna play faster. All right. We're gonna disable this and enable this. And then we'll velocity and solve. This should solve the problem with the velocity. Then particle size is going to be huge for debugging. Then, all right, so we have that. We need the material in here. Then we need to sub UV in here. In the particle updates, here we go, linear. What is it doing wrong? What is it doing wrong? Linear, yes. What am I missing here? Which step am I missing here? Sprite. What is the difference between this and this? Sprite renderer. Yes, that's the only difference. Here, sprite renderer. Okay. So, we can see them now slowly going up. No velocity, please. And no location sphere unless it's like super small. Okay. All right, let's see the emitter state. It's waiting between 3 seconds and 8 seconds. We'll do 0.5 and 0.5. And as to the length or the amount, here we'll do yeah, now it's not playing anymore. So initialize particle, it will be 1 and 1 for the... Where are they now? Oh, we need sub UV here, right? Sorting mode, the sub UV. Yes, we need a... What was it? 5 and 2. And... What else do we need? What else do we need? Yeah, something with these are not compiling well here. Especially the instance, the burst here. 0 and 0. Oh yeah, we have them. Okay, now we're getting something. We're getting somewhere. So 1 and 1 will mean nothing. 0.5 and 0.5. Does that work? nothing. So it's really only when the spawn time is on 0, it will start working. Okay, that's weird. We'll do spawn 1 per time. And as to the speed of it, it's going to be 0.5, 0.5. Yes, and as to the size, it's going to be 70 and 60. Okay. Just going to look at it here. Shape sphere, go up to 1. Okay. Now, the waiting time, 3 to 8. Right, this should basically do it. Come on, yeah. 3. And there's the 8. Okay, so maybe this is too less. We will go between 1 and 3. And I will update the other one as well, between 1 and 3. And right now, we will not isolate anything. So we'll have everything together. And wait for it. We'll delete this. And wait for it. Is it happening? Yes. We need a bigger size. Let's do 100 and 120. The sphere is now too big. So where's my sphere? Sphere. Where is it? All right, so we're gonna go with a 0 on here. Let's see, look at it from afar. Why is it spawning so far? Okay, that may be too big. 70 and 80. And yeah, maybe this is not gonna do well with the, maybe like this. That's maybe gonna work better. I don't like the randomization of the scale itself. Or of the rotation, actually. Initialize particle, randomization. Okay, let's do an onset. And let's get the size here a bit bigger. What if it was 200 by 200? Let's just wondering. It's very repetitive. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay. Excuse me. All right, 70 and 60. Okay, one thing is the sphere is way too high. 0. All right, so we're kind of getting it. But it's not as visible. One thing I want to try to do is in the rate, we'll go between 2 and a 3. Look at it from afar. And now, again, we'll go like 0.2 and 0.5. That's too narrow, I would say. And yeah, the scale could benefit a little more. So yeah, a little, just a little bigger. 70 and 80. Yeah. Okay. Maybe velocity a little bit. Yeah, hell yeah. Now we're talking. Yep. No, that is something. As to how many this is happening, maybe we do it at the same time. Yeah, now it's following it. It's following its course. Perfect. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. As to the how many particles are being spawned, let's go with something even higher. Let's go with something crazy like 7. Yeah, now we're talking. Okay, cool. Let's do more randomization in the maximum of 3. Okay, that's too long. Let's do 2 and let's edit that 2 here. Okay, and now what I'll do is I'll take this one. I'll make it smaller. And first I'll make this way quicker, like between 0. Let's see 0 and 0.2. And this will add that fire to make it go even more further up. And what we will do eventually is, first of all, reduce the size. Give me 30 and a 40. Or 20 even. I want it to be small. I want the velocity to go a bit crazier in the up. So it's going to be 10. Yes, that is a bit of what I want. Then I want way less emissions. So in terms of here, I'm going to go with a 1 and a 2. Yes. And in terms of the sphere, it's going to be a 1. Yes. So right now we're getting the fire to go a bit more upwards there. This is looking really, really nice. I will do the same for the smoke in terms of the velocity. It's going to be a 10. So let's just do that. So what I'll do here is basically put the fire stuff together. This is not a sparkle anymore. This is the actual fire elements, fire extra, I would say. And this is fire burst. Fire burst. Let's keep the naming convention. Save that thing before we lose track. And yeah, let's go up. Stack those two together there. Boom. And put it up here. Then we have sparkles together. Sparkle constant. And what is this exactly doing? Let's just see. Oh, that's a distortion. We're just going to name it distortion. Perfect. It is doing the distortion effect there in the background if we can see it. What else do we have? We have our smoke. So smoke. So it's going to be fire, smoke, sparkle, then distortion. All right. So smoke alpha, right? So that's the one with the alpha, basically. It needs more velocity. That's the truth. So either we're going to do the same velocity on both. So we're going to go 10 by 10. And we will go 1. And now it should have the same velocity, basically, with some drag, which gonna bring it down a little bit. So aerodynamic drag, let's go with a 5. Or an 8. Yeah, here it is. It's slowing down a little bit. Perfect. But the actual velocity is going up. That is pretty cool. One thing I would like to do with the G here, this is way too intense. We need to bring it down a little bit. And this is, of course, keeping in mind if we had control over this. If we don't, if it's the lighting artist's work, it's the lighting artist's work, right? We can't play with this. But for now, I have the ultimate freedom. So I will work with this a little bit. So what is this exactly? What is it doing? Not much. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, wait. Let me get that again. We lost Unreal. Unreal is dead. Let's launch Unreal again. Launching Unreal. Let's see what's going to happen. It is what it is. I should stop streaming anyway very soon. In the meantime, I'll watch some tutorials. Actually, just want to finish this. I'd like to finish this. So let's get that done.
generally going to start as index, so we can have those how to get them, specifically take windows or real view. So to do that, we can go to the settings. So let's do the window, and let's do shape. So for this one, now I'm just going to do the indicator, and let's see if I can do that with my So to do that, this is the window, and change the range to velocity. This will do it actually for the taking signal because and you can see that they look more like video characters than they do taking. So this way, what we can do is actually set them to setting using the type mode. So if you go into the type button like this, and under the uniform taking range, so this will do will give you an optional value. So you have your set value, which will be the left or right, and you have the right value will be the center. So this one is for this type, and then this one. And there we have a continuous return step, which is not better than the step, which is a good step. So for the network, it's consistent. So we look at this target, we have like the interface network, we can make it up. And this also do that with everything on here. What the next environment is introducing. We get this target, and all of Windows and this, the native, the great network, and others to this. And this, so now we look at this in this too. Looking at this into and so that's it for this, and this is the next and last video will be we're going to do everything together in this video.
Okay, so let's go back to it. There we go. Yeah, we lost the texture here. Unreal broke on us, right? Didn't work anymore. It seems that we lost our texture or material here. Let's wait. Let me mute this a little bit here. We went to the next chapter. So yeah, let's get our texture. Let's get our fire texture. Sorry, our material and our distortion. Here we go. Distortion is here. That is way too much, right? It didn't save that, so it broke it instead of saving it. Oh, we took the material itself. All right, we're gonna make an instant of the distortion, which is not here. Yeah, it didn't save that, obviously. That's why it missed it basically. All right, so boom, in here, double click on that. We said the value is gonna be 0.985. I remember it, 0.985, and this should be our distortion for now. All right, we save everything, click file, save all, and the G needs to, yeah, here we go. That's the G, and smoke is looking nice. Yeah, I thought I saw some like weird stuff going on. Anyway, let's make this a little bigger here, and let's get into the smoke itself. So smoke is this, wait, it's Smoke Alpha, that's the one. See, it also didn't save that last change we did. We need it a little bigger in the sphere here already. So maybe 0.8 on the thing. Yeah, that is doing it a huge favor actually. So maybe we go a little bolder with this, 8.5. Sorry, 0.85. And what else is there to do? I feel that the particles here could go bigger. Oh, no. Not that bigger. Let's do 80. Okay, that could work. Just want to make sure the randomization is actually working. So if I put it on random here, it's gonna do what? It's gonna be better looking. I think it did it better here. I just gotta check on the velocity now. Yeah, that didn't save. 10 and a 0 and a 10 and a 1. Then the drag should slow this down, like we said, and it's gonna be on 0.1. I remember putting this on 0.1. And otherwise, the sphere itself, it needs to go down a little more. And so we're gonna go with 1.5. Here we go. Oh, that is something. Okay, cool. Let's go back to the camera then. Where's my camera? Camera. Here we go. That will be our fire a little bit. I mean, one part of it, the distortion is going crazy, as you can see. So what we will do with distortion is find a way to put it down, honestly. Why did this not work? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait a second. So here, this is our distortion. We're gonna name it that, distortion. Gotta put this in the middle. And sprite render. And let's see, where's our sphere? It's, yeah. It is still spawning it there, no matter what I do. Now, what the heck is this? Like, it should at least respect the sphere, right? Like, no matter what I... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. It just doesn't want to work. Velocity. Let's do... Why is it so much velocity? Okay, let's get to... If I put this on 1, is it gonna still be visible? No. Alright, 995. It's gonna be less visible. And we're gonna do a bigger size for the particles. We're just gonna go with non-uniform, uniform and uniform random, basically. Here we go. And this is gonna be 100, and this is gonna be 90. Now it's barely visible. Let's see if we can put this lower. 99. Okay, I'm just gonna check on it if it's still there. Yeah, it is still there. 8, 8. All right. Let's go to the camera. Sorry, here. Here we got the camera. We have some smoke going up. I feel like it's going up a bit too quickly. Or if then, let's lower the alpha generally. So, smoke alpha, let's save a little bit. So, sparkle, smoke alpha. Okay. In the smoke alpha, we have a scale color. And here we can lower that down to 0.8 generally. Perfect. All right. Now I'm liking it better. 0.75. Yes, now I'm liking this a bit better. But the fuel is getting cleaner, so let's make it dirty still. With like a bit more velocity, I feel. 1.2. Too much. 1.1. Okay, that could work. Yeah, that is it. It looks pretty cool. I don't like how fast our distortion is going, so our distortion needs to slow down a little bit in the velocity. That is way too much, dude. All right, so 0.5 on the velocity here, even 0.2. Yeah, and you can see here it's we're gonna go a little faster. We don't want those artifacts. Maybe we go a bit even smaller in the size. 80, 60. Yeah, that could do it. That could do it. Now it's barely visible though. 80, 80. We think 80, 90 and maybe 120. I'm just gonna go bigger to make it visible, and then we can talk about the velocity later. So if this was on 1 again, that is making a better result again. Okay. All right, so back to 80, 60. Yeah, I think that is doable now. That is better to look at least. Cool. All right, next one. Let's keep going. Back to Mad VFX, of course. Watching, and here we go. Where is it? Here it is.
We can slowly faster. Basically, this is relation to this is where you need a control, it would give you a really animal stuff. It's everything will work. So nothing is going to be empowering each other. So in this case, it is looking at this is the positive powering, negative powering, so very little stuff is down. Okay, so then things you like to do. But because everything that you can do is not going to see because lighting is going to slowly start out. Right? So let's start off with the lighting. Instead of going to do things first, probably just going to a little bit, so let's do 70. And let's do the
System location, that's the one.
then this is basically just things that we do you can make it happen. So you do just how much you can do this how you do it. So let's first start with the do like kind of activity. And let's do this okay. Let's let's do this activity. Let's have to do it. And if you do it, you just a little bit into the event. Let's just do it. So value it no. Let's do it. Alright, so
Hi. Hi, home and rolled. Hey, how's it going? And let's change it to a process. Okay. Now you can see that we have more in the way to the process. Now, I just say let's see the computer right first, right? And notice that the right, let's see that we I have a new comment. Thanks, I caught you while looking for videos for Unreal VFX. Cool. Did you see what we've been working on so far? It's pretty cool. I'm going to show you a little bit because you're commenting. Yeah, so we're creating this thing here. Let me show you. So we made this fire here. This one. What are you looking into learning when it comes to VFX? Did you just start or, you know, you have a bit more experience? Now I'm thinking about the smoke a little bit, honestly. Okay, so let's put this on the record, actually. So first, we know now the name of this thing that moves the system up, right? So it's called system location, it seems. System location. Okay, so I'm going to take that and try to put it. All right, system location, that's the one. And if you put it on 10, we'll see our distortion. If I isolate it, we'll see our distortion being up there on 10. So if I put it back on 5, or what is it? We want it to be like a little more up, right? Or a little more down, actually. So -1, something like that. Yeah, that's what we wanted. And now we hide the isolation, and we just have this in here. We'll see our distortion there. I'll exit the camera view and go closer now. So the distortion now is more to the bottom where it's supposed to be. Wait, I'm struggling a little bit with the camera. Let's, oh my God, I hate this about Unreal. You, my friend, right there. All right, nice. Yeah, so we'll see this one here, and we'll see the distortion is right there at the bottom. We can give it a bit more boost, right? Like lower value, 0.97 for it to be a bit more visible. Now, as for the full thing, we'll have the smoke here a little bit different, I would say. Let's try different smoke in the sense of giving it less lifetime. So initialize particle, lifetime 3, 0.5. And let's try more velocity in the 3. Okay, that's way too much. Let's do a 0.8 the lifetime, or 1 even. And then for the velocity, let's give, put it back to 2 or 1 or 1.5. All right, so have a little bit of smoke, not too much. Have it go a little faster. And maybe more generally, like when it comes to the rate. So maybe like 80. Here we go. All right, so let's put that into the cinematic camera. All right, and now we have our fire. That is looking pretty neat, I would say. I would put the fire a little bit for longer, honestly. Like in the sense of, sorry, the smoke. Just stylistically, I think it's cooler. All right, that's fire. We're not gonna touch that. All right, so here, let's go with 2. It's too much of smoke, but maybe 1.5, 1.2. Yeah, 0.235, 1.35. I like it to be going upwards because it really fits well with the embers right there. As to the embers, speaking of which, fire burst, are those too much? How are they doing? They're doing pretty well. Let's do the particles here, the embers basically to 1 and 2. I want them to be a little smaller, like 1.5 and 1, because right now they're being a bit too big. Yeah, a little smaller even, honestly. 1 and 0.5. I think that is fine. That will do the job. Yeah, and also the velocity needs to chill. Like, it's not that much of velocity. 2 and 5. Sparkle burst. Oh, that's the burst itself. All right. All right, maybe I made those too small. All right, so we're gonna do 1 and 2, and then go to the burst, to the sparkle itself. Where are my sparkles? Sparkle constant. All right, so constant. Here we go. I'm just gonna type with this guy. Which VFX do you want to learn? Thanks for watching until now, by the way. Appreciate you. So let's get to the initialize particle. Then we're gonna go through making this a little smaller, 1 and 2. Then into the velocity and make that go like 13 max. Yep, that is pretty good. Yeah. Then it's burning, basically. All right, yeah, I like this. I like this better than what we have before. All right, I'm gonna save and put this off the record and go back to watching and chat with our friend here. I'm new to both Unreal and Houdini. I was originally only learning Unreal, but then I discovered Houdini for the past 2, 3 to 4 days. I've been picking up a bit of vellum, RBD, pyro, particles, and so on. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you're getting the basic. So you are getting the basics. You're gonna enjoy this stream. But there is a way to put both of knowledge together. Like you could put the Houdini knowledge that you're learning into Unreal, and that is something called real-time VFX, right? And that is what I'm specialized in, or I am trying to learn on the stream right now. So yeah, that is what we try to do here and try to learn. I hope you're gonna enjoy it. Like for example, I'm gonna show you the texture of the fire. Okay, like let me put back my Unreal footage here, and let's go back to our camera. And so you see this fire here. This is actually a texture that was baked in Houdini, and it got we got it to make like a flipbook basically. Just gonna put the gray wireframe here to show you the. All right, just gonna click on the textures themselves. So this is like baked in Houdini, right, and exported in this form, and we're playing those frames in the particle system, right, in Unreal. So it's going frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, you know, etc., 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 all the way, and then it goes back, right, and so on, basically. Yeah, so that's what we're doing here. And yeah, we're learning that, and we're learning it in lifetime, in real time, and that's what I do on the stream. I hope you'll enjoy the stream. There's a bigger version. There's a landscape version. I think right now you're on the shorts, but there's a bigger version if you want to watch the full like landscape version of the stream. All right, hope this is helpful. And as well, like if you want to reach out to me on Discord, do that as well. Like I encourage anybody to go on the Discord, and so we can have like a little conversation there as well. Okay, I hope that helps. Let's go back to the tutorial and the course itself for Mad VFX, and keep watching. We've done all of this by guessing, by the way, what he's doing. I've done all of this. So what I'm watching is basically me doing all of this by guessing right now, which is really cool. That means we grasp the idea kind of a little bit. Even though like I just picked up Unreal like not so long ago, so that's pretty cool.
So it is very easy to teach it in 2007. So this actually is really amazing. When we add up those items, simply this, items, and set it to name, so in this, do this, so when you go back into your editor, if you have the new folder, okay, and you see something here, you go to our ticket, you'll see our stuff. So if you click this here, it will be agent. So if I put that in there, and enter a pattern to use the code, now I will do it actually the second way where I can it's just station. So let's actually okay. As the server baby. So let's go into our first number and let's set to 0. Here to put up open into the right. So here will be our people. What we can do is actually get the opening to the name to early stable over time. Instead of being too much of things, so really so let's bring this to the picture to see what's happening. We'll see this node is in them. So basically I'm going to have a value of signal on my this. And certain value you see in here gives me different. Instead of allowing it to be different, the temperature that I'm going to every second, I'm starting to differently, and see here with my frequency, and take a second name for today, actually have it fly off. So for this one, you see that it's going to be good because it's on the ticket. So if I don't take this, and take this out, you see that it has a better this is, I want to try out the name. So for this, you see that this is going to be called, so we can pass to complete, this is going to be now this is what's happening there. So let's see what I don't know to see it. Okay. Yeah, see the question first. So let's here. See that here. So you see that it's not as noted. Then you can verify the light. Yes, this is doing and check out that root. See the difference between the node or the 5, see the pickup. And here. Okay. Okay, so you don't see the pop-up, you see holding there. And now you can click and here can be mixed. So let's say that home. So this one. Then I have that in the PC. This only taking the after looking at Windows because this insulated is because it's so now you can see it as then let's see pattern. This is 5 and 2. This let's add note for this. So here that in this habit will give you a technique copy of the image that. Okay. So I'm going to take the file and do like that. So be ready. So this is the two methods we file here. So I'm going to add the again. Take the happy and change it to 50 and 4 and 5. And you can see how here slowly doesn't have time to go because of the update and the this let's see how it's really a little bit so you can see that. Let's do the next. And that's how you set up the separation mode is the
Ooh, we're almost done. Damn, continue. Let's see which chapter are we in. Oh, damn, we're already okay. So. Wait a second there. Okay, so we're just gonna show you this basically on the stream. All right, so far we have completed all the stuff. We're 45% complete. We've completed all the fire here so far. If you're wondering how it looked like with Mustafa's results, like the end results, this is basically his end results. And if you want to get something like that, like these type of results, let me put it a bit slower for you guys here. Yeah, it will look like this. That's his end result, basically. And our end result looks like this because I wanted it to be a bit different. So, yeah, basically we have that, and we have all the system that needs that we need to push this forward with. Mainly speaking, like the bursts, for example, that we've created. I feel like those can go. We can, still work on those a little more. Like, for example, in the actual bursts here, we can go a little more with the rate a little bit, right? So we can do something like, I don't know, 15 and 10. And this, oh wait, that is the wrong controller here. Let's keep it to 2. Fire bursts, fire extra. That's not the one that we want to touch. We want to touch these sparkle stuff. That's what we want to control here. So, damn, I am lagging. Sorry about that, guys. What was the fix for this? Let me check again. This and the maximum to 30. And this should help a little bit, right? I will also close my Firefox. And I will also, yeah, that was the main issue here. All right, perfect. Now we got it. It's back on track. And yeah, so we need this thing to go, to have more particles. So initialize particle, and we need, let's see. We need spawn rate. That will be up to 30 maybe. All right, and I would like the Shakespeare to be float vector. All right, I'm gonna add a vector here, and it's gonna spawn upwards. Perfect. Now we got it spawning upwards like that. One thing comes in mind is the smoke itself. His smoke is lighter than that. I wanted to go with something darker. No shame in that. And I would like to also have the bursts here to be bigger and what to say, like more particles. Emission-wise, be a bit more. So the minimum will be 30. The maximum will be 70. And we'll see them spawning every now and then. What else do I need? Okay, let's try 100 and see what's gonna happen. Are they visible? Like, why are we not seeing them? Initialize particle. Let's go with 3 on the size, right? Let's go 100 and wait for it. Why am I not seeing anything? Is this still working anyway? 100. Yeah, it is working. Okay, but it is happening on a very slow basis. So we need some emitter state here, loop duration. The loop duration is between 2 seconds. All right, we're gonna need 1.5 seconds. And a bigger sphere, like 1, and up there with the 1. And so it's gonna do that explosion of particles every now and then. I like the darker smoke personally. We can also still play with it, but otherwise, I feel this is pretty good so far. Let's move it around a little bit. Oops, not you, but you, yes. And let's save before we lose everything, because we're gonna move some lights. Save all. Perfect. And let us move this around. All right, perfect. Let's move you all the way to the middle. We have a new comment. You could say I started learning Houdini precisely because of what you mentioned about real-time. That's cool. I got excited since it seemed more realistic for real-time work, but now I am at a crossroads. All right, listen. Here's my Discord. I'll be there. I'll try to, I like to do like a free consultation on the stuff, and everybody who's watching this, reach out to me. We can talk about it if you're curious about the stuff. All right, so one thing he still did in the course is the dynamic parameter especially for the distortion. That is something we could explore together right now. Let's see where the thing is in Unreal. Where is our distortion? Here it is. So if I add a dynamic parameter, right, and we call that one distortion amount. So parameter is name. This will be distortion. Distortion. Am I lagging? Oh, I am lagging. I will put this away for now. Oh my god. I don't know what to do with my PC, honestly, that it doesn't lag anymore. Like, I've tried all type of tricks. I tried to render this for way less. I tried... What is it? 50%, I guess. Let's try 50. Is this faster? It's a bit faster. Okay. Perfect. Sorry for the lag, guys. I need a better PC. But it's not like I'm making a lot of money here. So, yeah. Distortion. This will be on 0.98. And we will start working with this distortion. In here, we'll save it. The reason we did this is, I'm going to show it to you in a second. Because we basically can go to the distortion Niagara system, add a dynamic, here it is, dynamic parameter, and we have our distortion in here. Now we can go and just drop and say, can we get a curve out of this float lever, right? So right now we can put this whole curve into our curve editor here. And we both know that 1 means no distortion. So let's take that value here, this one, put it on 0.9, what was it, 7? And then by time, basically it would, let's do 0.1 or 0.5 actually. It will go to 0.99. Then eventually we'll add a key, and that key will bring it all the way to 1. By the end of its lifetime, actually a bit closer. Now we're going to press F to see those curves. We're going to put this a bit closer to here. And if I isolate my distortion right now, we will see our distortion barely visible. So let's go down with the values. Ah, yeah, here it is. Okay, we're starting to see it. So basically what's happening here, we could take that away, put another key, and go down like to 0.5 just to see the differences, right? And F and select all. Actually, let's put this down just to see the results. And this down here. Okay, so now we see the distortion, like it's extreme, right? So what we'll do is put these up, like especially this one needs to be on 1. This one needs to be on 9. And all right, where did we go now? F. And we're going to click on it again. And let's go with 8 on the timeline. And this one should not be on 0.5. All right, I'm following along. I won't interrupt you. Focus on your work. And thanks again. No worries. You can always interrupt me, man. No worries. That's why I do streaming. Otherwise, I can't complain. So let's do this on 9.5. And let's do this one on 0.9. This way, we'll see a little bit of it, a little bit of the distortion. And I would like this to be bigger. So initialize particle, please go ahead and be bigger. What is it? 80, 60, let's do 100. And yeah, 180. Would this be good? It would be good. And now we will remove the isolation. Here we go. One thing comes to mind is this smoke basically is too big at the start. I would also like it to be, just gonna save here, just in case. But it's cool, the dynamic thing does exactly that, what we want. That means we can have any shader, any value be changed inside of the system. That is awesome, of course. So yeah, I will keep that in mind. And right now, we have a really cool looking effect, but I would like the smoke here to start a bit smaller. Smoke alpha, this one. And we need it to be smaller in the sphere, in the shape location like we explored before, right? So let's do a smaller one in 0.7. And now we don't have it, luckily not have it go all the way from here. But what I'll do is make a -1 instead of -1.5. And this is taking the actual sphere a bit more up. If you're wondering what that means, I can show it to you using a screenshot later on. Okay, so this is how it looks like. I would like to experiment a little bit with the color. So Control-C, Control-V. I would like to do something a bit different. So let's go down there and let's do a bit of variation on the color. So aerodynamic, particle, scale, color, right there. Here it is. And we will do a bit of a variety here instead of this. Let's do a bit more colorful stuff. All right, so we need a bit of a chiller curve. Delete. All right, now we're getting there slowly. Let's double click on this color. Have it more on the red part, a bit less saturated, more grayish, a bit less in value, more color maybe. Okay, let's bring it down a notch. Here we go. It is definitely giving us a better look a little bit. And then what I'll do is with the transparency with the alpha 0.5 on this. Okay, that's too much. 0.56, 0.6. Here we go. 0.7. Okay, that's too much. 6.5 is gonna be, or maybe 6.1. It's gonna be the sweet spot here to get a similar result to the course itself. What else do I need? I need some randomization in the size. We're gonna be 20 to 70. We're gonna be in the velocity, but maybe, you know what, in the actual lifetime, I'm gonna be at 1.4. You know what, maybe 1.6 even. Just have it there for a while. And it is going up. I would like some velocity changes here. So I want between 5 and 10. How is that gonna look? That is looking a bit more natural. I would like some, again, variety with the color one more time. And you know what happens if this is going away a little bit? The color, like the super dark color is going away. So now we have two varieties. We have this smoke and we have this smoke. And we can choose between both. I generally like, both both are looking interesting together. So that is something maybe to explore even, just having both like this. However, I do like the lighter one. I'm not gonna lie, but here's the darker one, only the darker one. I do like that too. I guess it depends on what you're trying to do here. And I will also add some of the changes that we've established, such as the random velocity here. That looked pretty good. The actual lifetime of this, maybe we go back to something like 2. What else did we do? I would like the scale itself of the sprite to go beyond. So add velocity, initialize particle. Let's see, what was that? What was it called? All right, one more thing I would like to do is basically add another one and just kill the velocity. So we'll have 2 smokes. I will kill the velocity here. I just want to try something. So it will stay where it is, right? It will have this smoke in the bottom, because I think that is kind of realistic that there is a lot of smoke at the bottom of the barrel. Now what I will do is the sphere here needs to go to 0.6, maybe 0.4 even. And the initialized particle here needs to change too. So we know that the diameter of the cylinder here, the barrel, is 60. So we're going to keep that 60 max. And then we'll add just a little bit of velocity, just the little amount, right? Not the crazy amount. and we'll do that by the multiplication here. So we're gonna go with 0.5 or even less, 0.2, just to have that smoke in the barrel already, which is gonna break our PC, obviously. Yes, that's gonna F us up. But it looks pretty cool, I think. I think that is more realistic, because like if the smoke is emitting, it should also emit inside of the barrel. Does that make sense? I like that effect to be like this. Let's see. Maybe it's not that performative, right? Performance-wise, but you know, I don't care that much. When it comes to, let me try something. The problem is I can't, like in Unity, I can actually save the gradients, right? I'm not sure if I can do the same here. So with the set scale color, I'm not sure if I could save this, honestly, but there's nothing that tells me that I can. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to mess this up, but maybe I can add more color here. But how would that look like? The white. Just wondering. It will look like this. Okay, so now if we pick up a better color, maybe more saturated and more towards red. Let's see if that's gonna pick up something here. Okay, what happens if it goes like really up there with the saturation? And then the next one, instead of it being so less saturated, we go also up with the... Oh, that's dangerous. All right, like, well, you don't want it to go too much, right? You don't want to be... but yeah, nah, bruh. Okay, cool. We're gonna delete this. And yeah, keep the gradient like it was. And yeah, that is our fire, guys. This looks pretty cool. I must say, I'm shocked how kind of easy it is, but at the same time, how much like knowledge you would need to have beforehand for you to get to that level. That was shocking on its own journey. And yeah, since we finished with the fire, I will probably next week we'll dive in the other chapters as we've seen before. But yeah, that is it for now. This is how the thing looks like in the what is it called? Where's our cinematic view? Here it is. We're gonna put this away. We're gonna put stuff away now and go inside of this view, enjoy our effect a little bit, look at it, see if it fits the general environment or not. Yeah, that is it, guys. Thank you a lot for watching. I'll have more streams next week, and we'll have some we'll have the cut version of this super long stream, which is about 10 hours so far. I'll cut it so it's not so boring like watching the stream. And yeah, it is really cool that you guys were watching the whole time. And I'll wish you a good day ahead. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, do so. If you haven't subscribed, do so. Follow me if I've earned it. And yeah, I'll see you on the next one. All right, goodbye, everybody. Have a good day.